Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became a vigilante instead of a hero? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. The final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Everyone started packing their things, eager to leave and go home. A young teen remained in his seat, curly green hair blocking his face from view as he furiously scribbled in a journal. If you asked anyone in his class, they'd say that Midoriya Izuku was a freak, a kid with delusions of heroism, and somebody that you shouldn't talk to out of fear of what the resident class bully would do to you if he thought that a Deku, like Midoriya, actually had friends. Midoriya was so enveloped in his writing that he never noticed the door to the classroom opening, or the three figures stepping in. He'd just finished touching up his notes on a lady when a hand slammed heavily onto his desk, making him startle and drop his pencil. The sound of the piece of wood clattering to the floor way blocked out by the guffaws of the two lackeys behind a rather terrifying blonde boy, whose teeth were bared in a smirk. "So, Deku," the blonde drawled menacingly, looking down on him, "heard that you wanna apply to, eh?" Midoriya started to fiddle with his hands nervously, trying to avoid eye contact. "Weiss, I was cackin'," he managed to squeak out. Lackey 1 nudges Lackey 2. "Hear that, man?" he says. The little nerd still calls Bakugo cackin'. As the lackeys laughed, Midoriya leaned down to grab his pencil, making certain that he didn't make eye contact with the volatile blonde. He flinched when Bakugo's sneaker smashed his pencil to splinters, falling out of his chair in surprise. "Listen here, you quirkless trash," Bakugo hissed, grinding the remains of the pencil under his foot as he took a step forward. UA's the place where the best of the best are made, so, naturally, I'm the first one from this shitty school that's gonna get in. And I don't need a Deku like you getting in my way and fey that up. He whipped his head around to the lackeys, glaring holes into both of them. "And you too can shut the hell up." Midoriya scrambled backwards, desperate to avoid the other male's advancing form, not entirely sure that Bakugo wouldn't just step on him if he was underfoot. "Not trying to get in your way, Kakin." His back was now against the wall, he could feel sweat slide down the back of his neck. "I just thought that there wouldn't be any harm in trying, right?" "No harm?" Bakugo asked, his teeth bared in a snarl. Midoriya shrunk in on himself as a foot slammed right next to his head. "No harm? You probably haven't got this sheet thought your FANG head, dumbass, but you're FING quirkless. You know what that means, right?" He didn't even wait for Midoriya to respond. "It means you're trash. Lower than trash. The only thing you'd ever be useful for is as a punching bag, you effing sheet stain." Bakugo removed his foot from the wall and walked over to Midoriya's desk. "And just what the F is this?" He spat mockingly, holding up the hero journal, still on empty lady's page. Midoriya leaped up, saying, "That's mine, Kakin. Please, give it back." He reached for the notebook, only to recoil his hand from the heat of a small explosion. He watched in horror as Bakugo carelessly dropped the notebook, charred pages falling apart on impact with the floor, scattering amongst the pencil splinters. "A journal on quirks? What would you use that for?" The blonde snorted, turning and starting to walk away. He looked over his shoulder. "Here's some advice. You want a quirk? Leap off the roof, and pray you'll have one in your next life." He let out a cruel laugh, his two henchmen joining in before leaving the class, the door slamming shut with a tone of finality. Midoriya stood in the exact same spot, looking at the remains of his journal. When he finally moved to pick up whatever was left, the paper crumbled to ash underneath his feather-like touch. He didn't know exactly what he was feeling as he stared at the ashes of a journal he had worked so hard on. It was like pain, yet not. His chest felt like it was hollow. Was that normal? He didn't even know or care. He took a deep breath, then sighed, scooping up the remains of his journal. Didn't want to upset the janitors. The broken shards of his pencil were picked up as well. Both are thrown into the trash bin as he walked by on his way out the door. Walking down the familiar tunnel that led home, he hoped that the day wouldn't end on a worse note. The day ended on a worse note. It ended on a really worse note. The worst thing about it was that it had actually started to get better before that. He'd actually managed to meet All Might, his personal idol since early childhood. Sure, he'd almost been suffocated by a sludge monster in the process, but that could be easily overlooked considering the fact that, oh my god, he actually got to meet All Might. He'd actually thought that things would have gotten better, but they didn't. He was standing on a rooftop with All Might, after recovering from the initial shock of seeing the man, the legend's true form. He had asked his question. Could someone quirkless like me become a hero? All his life, he'd held on to the hope that someday, somehow, he'd become a hero. He ignored the jeers and cruel taunts, the pitying looks his teachers gave him, his own mother's worried expression as he jotted down notes about heroes, but this was the straw that broke the camel's back. His idol, the man whom he'd aspired to be like all of his life, thought that he couldn't be a hero. The numbness from earlier was back, only 1,000,000 times worse. It felt like he was a hollow shell walking. His backpack felt unbearably heavy. Each step was a fight against gravity as he mindlessly walked home. His steps halted at the sound of a scuffle across the street. A crowd had already gathered, watching the fight with avid interest and occasional calls of encouragement to the heroes. Izuku stopped and stared. He'd almost started to run through the possible heroes at the scene, but shook his head once he realized just what line of thought he almost went down. Watching heroes fight? After what happened today? No thank you. He turned his back and continued walking, until he heard explosions and an awfully familiar roar of rage. Without another thought, he turned around and ran to the scene as fast as he could. It's over. The slime monster that had Kaken in its suffocating grip was detained by the heroes after All Might had taken the villain down with a single punch. Normally, Midoriya would be freaking out and taking notes excitedly, but this wasn't the case this time. The main difference? The two aggravated heroes staring down at him as he was being examined by the paramedics. He tried his best to avoid their disapproving gazes and instead focuses on the paramedic that was carefully wrapping a bandage on his arm. He didn't even notice his bleeding. That's adrenaline for you. Eventually the heroes decided to speak to him, and when they did, it was with patronizing words and reprimands. Izuku couldn't help but clench his fists as they treated him like he was a toddler made of glass. Geez, there's a limit to how rash you can be. The pro-hero, Deathgoro, said irritably, making Izuku shrink into himself even further than he was before. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger. Kamui would continued, crossing his arms like a parent expecting an apology. Okay, no, this was not going to continue. He was not going to apologize for trying to help the closest thing he had to a friend, and wow, didn't that say something about his social life? No way. Izuku took a deep breath, grabbed his charred backpack, which had somehow been found in the mess that was the battlefield, and stood up. He looked the two confused pro-heroes in the eye before starting to walk away from both them and Kaken, who was now glaring at him like he was an ever-persistent stain on his shoe. Kamui would stopped him from leaving by putting a hand on his shoulder. Hey, kid, where do you think you're dash? Izuku shrugs off the hero's hand and continues walking, only to be stopped once more by Deathgoro, who had jogged ahead to stand in front of him. Hey, you can't leave yet, you still have to fill out a police report of the incident. The hero said gruffly. You're a minor, so the press won't be able to interview you without your parents' permission, so that's one thing out of the way, but you can't leave until you've filled out your side of the events. No offense, sir. Izuku said, practically craning his neck to look the easily 6-foot hero in the eyes. But you saw what I did, there's no need for me to fill the report since they're going to take your word over mine. He smiled mockingly. After all, I'm just the young civilian that rashly ran into the fray and needlessly put themselves in danger. Maybe it was the stress from the day or the post-adrenaline shock, but Izuku was done, and he just wanted to go home. The hero frowned. Look, I know we sounded rude, but we were just concerned. That criminal had a quirk even we couldn't fight against, and you just ran up and tried to fight them. That's the problem, Izuku interjected, letting the irritation and emotional exhaustion from the day dictate his words. You were standing around, waiting for a hero with a better quirk to handle the situation to show up. Guess what? One did show, but at the last possible moment. Meanwhile Kaken, my classmate, was being suffocated by that slime, and you all just stood there and watched as he fought for air. Calm down, kid. Kamui tried to placate. We weren't equipped for the situation, so we waited for backup, that's standard protocol. Did you ever consider attacking its eyes, the only part of its body that wasn't slime? Izuku asked. I threw a book bag at it and that was enough to buy Kaken a few breaths of air, so why didn't you just go for its eyes? Is that part of protocol too? Claiming you can't do anything when your usual way of handling it isn't an option. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Look, I've had a very rough day, Sand Slime Monster, and I really want to go home. So am I going to have to make like a bat out of hell, or are you going to let me pass? The heroes seemed at a loss for words, so Izuku simply sidestepped them and continued on his way home. Halfway to his house he realized just what he had said to two prominent pro-heroes and groaned, face palming so hard both his hand and face stung from the impact. Izuku made sure to take the more obscure path home, not really wanting to be around people at the moment. His mind went over the day's events, starting from Kaken's cruel words and ending with the heroes trying to scold him. That's a laugh, considering all they did was stand around. Izuku paused, wondering just where that thought had come from, but hesitantly acknowledged the truth of the statement. Heroes were supposed to be a positive influence on society, discouraging villainy and inspiring hope in the general population, yet when a civilian truly needed the help, all they did was stand back because their quirk wasn't suited for the situation. Izuku was quirkless and he had still managed to buy Kaken some precious lungfuls of air with a book bag, of all things. Is that really the people he wanted to be around? People that relied so heavily on their quirks to help people that they didn't know what to do when using their quirk wasn't an option? Becoming a police officer, like All Might told him to, wouldn't be any better. All they seemed to do was sit around and let the heroes do all the work. He honestly couldn't recall a single instance where the police had handled a villain situation all on their own. So if couldn't be a police officer and he couldn't be a hero, what could he be? All Might had finally led the reporters off of his trail. Why reporters weren't considered a threat to heroes, he'd never know. He sighed as he replayed the fight in his head. The blonde, Katsuki Bakugo, according to his medical papers, had been held hostage by the villain he'd accidentally let loose earlier that day, the very same villain that had almost suffocated that young quirkless boy in the tunnel. Midoriya Izuku, that was an entire other headache. The young man was spirited, he'd give him that, but he just wasn't suited for the hero business. At least, that's what All Might had thought before he saw a familiar head of green hair rush the slime villain to help Bakugo. The boy had spurred him to action, that in itself was commendable, and he'd almost thought about making the boy his successor, but that thought was discarded when the boy had almost been blown to bits by young Bakugo's quirk. He may be in need of a successor, but he didn't want to encourage such reckless behavior. He'd rather the boy be disappointed than dead. Yet, as he overheard the boy's words to Kamui and Deathgaro, he couldn't help a shrivel of dread. That something was going to happen because of his actions. It was nearing sunset when Izuku arrived home. Staring at the door, familiar age-old scratches casting shadows across the wood. He sighed before reaching for the handle, opening it with a loud call of, "Mom, I'm home." If he didn't know any better, he'd say his mom's quirk was super speed, because in exactly 0.5 seconds, his mother was in front of him cupping his face and bringing him close for worried scrutiny. Her hair was disheveled, like she'd ran her hands through it many times in worry, and her hands were shaky as she ran her thumbs across his cheeks. "Izuku, are you okay? I saw on the news that you were involved in a fight against a villain." She fretted, moving from his face to his bandaged arm. The dull throbbing in his arm was replaced by a stab of guilt much more sharp. Was this what he wanted to put her through so he could be a hero? Constant worrying and anxiety? His mother deserved so much more. Izuku smiled at his mom, letting her check both of his arms before she led him to the living room and sat them both on the couch. "It's just a few scratches." He rubbed the back of his head nervously. "I'd also wanted to tell you something." His mother didn't falter for a second. "You can tell me anything, Izuku, dear." "What is it?" she asked, placing a firm hand on his own, offering warmth and understanding. He took a deep breath, readying himself. "I don't think I want to be a hero anymore, Mom." He closed his eyes, not quite sure if he wanted to see his mother's reaction. Would it be relieved? Would she be happy he wasn't chasing an unattainable dream anymore? His mother's hand stiffened before she moved to pull him into a firm hug. Izuku, what happened? I thought being a hero was your dream, she asked, her voice slightly muffled into his hair. I guess I had a reality check today, Mom, he admitted, voice shaking slightly. I'm still going to apply for UA. I just won't apply for the heroics department. Saying the word heroics was like swallowing a barb at the moment for him. His mom tightened her hug around him, then broke the embrace to hold him at arm's length, looking at him directly. I'll support you no matter what, Izuku, just make sure you're happy, she told him. Now let's grab dinner. I made katsudon, your favorite. We can eat it in front of the TV tonight. Izuku smiled at his mother's attempt to cheer him up. Thanks, Ma. I think I'd really like that. That's how the evening was spent, eating chicken katsudon and watching overly dramatic shows on the TV, often making commentary on just how unrealistic they were. Izuku chose to ignore the concerned sidelong glances his mother gave him and the hand occasionally squeezing his own, offering silent comfort. It was well into the night by the time his mother reluctantly went to bed, sending one last worried look at him before closing her bedroom door. Izuku sighed, picking up the dishes on the coffee table and quietly placing them in the sink. His steps were deliberately soft as to not disturb his mother as he made his way further down the hallway to his room. He opened the door only to be greeted by the numerous All Might posters he's placed on his walls. Turning on the light, he steps in and shuts the door. Dropping his bag unceremoniously on the floor, he plops onto his bed, staring at the ceiling blankly as his mind tried to make sense of the insanity of the day's events. After 5 minutes of looking at the ceiling, he decided that was going nowhere and sat up. Groaning slightly as he forced himself to stand and walk over to the computer to type in his passcode, he snorts at the sick humor as he types in the name of his ex-idol. Izuku squinted at the glaring light of the computer screen and his face twisted into a grimace as he was greeted by his screen's background, yet another picture of All Might. Was he really this obsessed? He quickly opens up his web browser and went to work. Important people that are quirkless. No results. Can a quirk manifest later than the age of 4? Nope, but there are a few ads for some revolutionary treatments that supposedly give people quirks. He'll pass. He hesitated slightly before typing again. Can a hero be quirkless? Wow, had that one yielded a lot of results. Scrolling through, it revealed that they're all mostly just some internet blogger or another ranting and raving, saying pretty much what Kaken says to him on a daily basis. People without quirks are useless. This, and they don't have a reason to live. They might actually have a point on that one. He was just about to log off of his computer when one blog title caught his eye. Vigilantes, criminals with morals, or the true heroes? Intrigued, the green-haired boy clicked the link and started to read. He had to admit, the writer had a lot of good points for both sides, but what had intrigued him the most was the comments section at the end of the post. Everyone seemed to have an opinion on this, some for it, some against it, and some in between. Gaara wrote, "You make a compelling argument for both sides, but you're looking too deep into this. Vigilantes are criminals, they go against the law, which was created to protect the people. If everyone started running around doing whatever the hell they wanted, civil life as we know it would cease to be." Disruptive Wealth wrote, "While Gaara has a point with people doing whatever they want resulting in anarchy, I choose to see it a bit differently. Vigilantes are stuck with two choices: let an immoral act be committed, or break the law to fix it. Vigilantes typically have a strong sense of morals and decide to choose the lesser of the two evils, in this case the former of the two options. Most of them recognize what they're doing is wrong and own up to their actions when arrested. In most cases where a hero can't act out of threat of legal repercussions, which isn't as rare as you might think, a vigilante would step in to serve justice. They don't choose between right and wrong per se, but they're choosing between two wrongs and acknowledge that doesn't necessarily make a right." Izuku paused at that, reading and rereading that little paragraph of text until it was practically committed to memory. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Just how many vigilantes were out there? What made a vigilante a vigilante? They rely on their quirks, or avoid that out of risk of identification. He opened a new tab and entered in his questions. The results were few, a government list stating maybe 5 vigilantes in the last few years overall, but the incidents they involved themselves in were numerous: stopping hostage situations, stealing back stolen artifacts, taking action against people that acted with legal impunity. The list kept going. With every vigilante there was a fan page of sorts, where people would clamor and chat about the vigilante's latest or previous acts. A vigilante saved my little brother when the heroes were waiting for a hostage negotiator. The culprit had a gun to my brother's head and the guy knocked it away like it was nothing. The law may be against vigilantes, but in some cases they're just as good or even better than the heroes. Just as good, or even better than the heroes. That one sentence resonated within Izuku, repeating over and over as he clicked a link leading to the final vigilante on the government's list: Kuriko, the Black Fox. Izuku let out a contemplative hum as he read over the vigilante's information, not processing half of it in favor for the other thoughts running rampant in his head. What had made him pause was the final paragraph to the page. To this day, the true identity of Kuriko has never been discovered. The last reported incident involving this vigilante was 4 years ago. A villain was holding the wife and child of a prominent politician hostage. Kuriko paralyzed the villain from the waist down with a single brutal blow to the neck. No reports of Kuriko were filed after this incident. It is believed that Kuriko died from his injuries, as the villain had an electricity quirk and, according to the hostages, had electrocuted Kuriko for several minutes. The comments section of the Kuriko's page was extensive, some arguing that he was the most dangerous kind of criminal, and some saying that if he was a hero he'd easily surpass All Might. Izuku's thoughts grounded to a halt when he came to a revelation. His face broke into a grin as he spun away from the computer, giddy with excitement. He was thankful that his room didn't carry noise well, because the sound of tearing paper would have most certainly woken his mother up. The posters of All Might that had once hung on his walls proudly now laid in tatters on the floor, torn so thoroughly they'd be better suited for confetti purposes rather than posters. Izuku laid on his bed, covering his face in mirth. One thought running through his head as he unabashedly giggled into his hands. If I can't be a hero, what's stopping me from being a vigilante? Izuku barely got any sleep that night, too occupied with researching how to put together workout plans and proper nutrition plans for a kid his age. When he finally did manage to go to sleep, it was well after midnight and at his desk. When he came to, his head was resting on the keyboard, actually somewhat comfortably. With a groan, he detached himself from the computer and looked at the clock. 6:30 a.m. He still had time to get ready for school. Thank goodness for small mercies. He groggily walked over to his closet, mindful of the pile of scrap paper on the floor that used to be numerous posters. He quickly picked his school uniform out of the many, many piles of hero memorabilia. Ugh, he'd have to change his wardrobe soon. After getting changed, Izuku stepped out of his room. Shoes still in hand, he quietly made his way to the kitchen, only to see his mother making an array of breakfast items. Great, she was nervous cooking. He let her put down the hot pan of egg whites before walking in and sitting down, making his presence known. Inko seemed to startle before smiling at him a bit too brightly. "Good morning, Izuku," she greeted, turning her back to him as she stirred the egg whites. "I know it's a bit early for breakfast, but that—" Izuku smiled reassuringly as she fumbled for an explanation. "It's okay, Mom, you don't have to be worried about me." Inko stiffened, then turned around. "You know me too well, Izuku." She sniffed, tears in her eyes. "But I'm a mother." "Your mother? I worry it's what mothers do." She turns back to the eggs. "Yesterday morning you left the house absolutely bursting with excitement, but when you come home after a villain attack no less, you looked so heartbroken," her shoulders shaking as bad as her voice. "And meanwhile, I don't know what to do. You've always been so happy, even when Kaken stopped being your friend. And yes, I did notice that," she added before he could even speak up. "Nothing ever seemed to keep you down for long, but yesterday, your eyes looked like something had been damaged beyond repair. I'm your mother, Izuku. I'm supposed to help you when you're hurt, but all I could do last night was watch a soap opera with you and try to make you smile." Izuku was at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing like a fish on the chopping block. Yet when her voice started cracking, he dropped his shoes as he stood up and rushed over to his mother, wrapping his smaller arms around her larger body. "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry I've made you worry." "It's fine, Mom. Like I said, I just had a reality check. A few heroes told me off and I guess it finally got through to me. I'm still Izuku, I'm just..." He fumbled for something to say that wasn't your son who's decided to become a vigilante. "Isn't that great, Mom?" "Yeah, that wouldn't go over well. That a bit more mature." Inko broke his hug by whipping around to wrap him in her own. If there was a small wet spot growing on his shoulder, Izuku wouldn't comment on it, instead opting to pat his mother's back as she sniffled. And if the eggs were a little burnt? He could have been the worst villain in Japan and he still wouldn't find it in himself to care. The next few weeks had Izuku falling into a sort of schedule. He'd wake up early, usually right as the sun was rising, and work on schoolwork. After that he'd eat breakfast, something with a lot of protein, then head to school, where he'd make a sport out of avoiding kaken for the day. After school was training, but some would rather call it suicide. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday he'd exercise one muscle group in particular, abs, lower body, or upper body. Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday were the days where he'd work on his cardio. It was embarrassing, but his endurance was pretty abysmal and don't get him started on his speed. It was well into the first month of his conditioning that the schedule he'd somehow made for himself was interrupted by a muffled scream in an alleyway he'd happened to walk by on his way home. He looked around, trying to see if anyone else had heard it, but if anyone else did, they were ignoring it pretty well as they kept on with their regular routine. Careful not to be seen, Izuku peered down the alleyway. A large, imposing man had his back to Izuku as he advanced towards something he couldn't see. The back of his shirt had a symbol of sorts, a dragon snarling with a snake in its mouth, a gang member. "Do I gotta say it twice, ya punk?" The huge man spat, "Hand over your wallet, and I won't cut you up nice for the police to find." The assailant had a knife. Izuku filed that away as he started making plans to accommodate for the new development. "Don't please." A voice, shaking with fear, pleaded with the hulking man in front of him. "I'll give you all I have, just don't hurt me." Izuku took a quick look around the alleyway, taking note of a long pole lying off to the side of the assaulter. The pole wouldn't be a good weapon for a man that sized, but it would at least keep him at a distance where he wouldn't be able to use his blade. He was about to step in when a large hand grabbed his shoulder. He whipped around and apprehensively took in the newcomer. He was a middle-aged man, that much Izuku could tell. Mixed descent, Japanese with maybe Native American? His eyes were squinted, tan skin scrunching up as gunmetal gray irises took in the same scene Izuku had been prepared to jump into. The stranger's most notable feature overall was the large scar running from the bottom of his right eye to below his t-shirt collar. The skin looked like it had aged much faster than the skin around it, a burn scar. "Stay back," the man told him, stepping away from Izuku to walk into the alleyway. The young boy mindlessly noted that the stranger's Japanese had an American accent. The thug stopped harassing the unseen victim, sensing the stranger's presence behind him. "And what the hell is this?" he asked, turning around to face the man. "A fucking mixed BSRD actin' like he's a hero?" While the thug laughed, the victim, a young boy only a little older than Izuku, darted under the criminal's arm and made a mad dash for the sidewalk. The man stepping to the side to let him run past. "Sheet. Now you done it, ha, half N, half beach," he snarled. The stranger remained calm. "The only BSRD in this alleyway is the one robbing schoolchildren with a knife." The thug roared before rushing the stranger, knife glinting in the sunlight. If it weren't for his years of watching hero fights, Izuku was certain that he wouldn't have seen the stranger move. A forearm redirected the criminal's knife while his leg came up to kick the man in the solar plexus, using both his weight and momentum against him. The knife clattered to the ground as the thug fell wheezing, both hands clutching at his chest as he struggled to regain his breath. The stranger grabbed the man's head and kneed him viciously. The would-be robber dropped like a sack of potatoes, nose bent at an unnatural angle and leaking a steady stream of blood. The stranger, not so much as breathing hard, nonchalantly took out his phone and dialed the police as he kicked the knife to the side. Izuku shrunk in on himself when the man turned around and focused on him. He took 2 steps back, ready to bolt, when the stranger started to walk towards him. What had made him stay was the question the man asked. Why were you about to attack this man? He gestured to the unconscious attacker. Izuku's tongue was trying to commit mutiny, twisting and feeling like dead weight in his mouth, because it would have been the right thing to do. He finally managed to say, "Even when the heroes would have told you to call the police?" The stranger inquires, tilting his head slightly as the sound of sirens started to come from the distance. That had made him hesitate. Would he have still tried to step in? Deep down, the answer wasn't that hard to find. The man had a knife, and he would have heard me if I called the police. It takes about 5 minutes for the local police station to respond. By that time both me and the other student would have been critically injured or even killed. Do you always mumble, boy? The stranger asked, a thin line of amusement in his tone as he stood there casually, like he didn't just take down a man easily twice his size. Izuku immediately clapped a hand over his mouth, cursing his traitorous tongue as he felt his face heat up in embarrassment. The man in front of him shook his head, his dark ponytail catching in the sunlight. You have a good heart, child. If I may ask, what is your name? Midoriya Izuku. He stuttered out without even realizing it. Was the stranger using his quirk on him? Midoriya Izuku. The man muttered, "You have determination, kid." He looked over his shoulder when the sirens started coming closer. We might want to continue this conversation elsewhere. But won't the police have questions? We should dash. That's precisely the issue. The man interrupts, calmly walking past, saying over his shoulder, "The thing is, what I did just now was, by definition of the law, vigilante activity." Izuku stiffened at the words, vigilante activity, but somehow found himself following the mysterious man. For the second time that day, he cursed his traitorous body. They ended up in an empty parking lot, the streetlights casting shadows all over the place. He briefly wondered if he should send his mom a text. "You should send your parents a message," the stranger said suddenly. "I have a feeling you'll be here a while." Trying not to be too creeped out by that last sentence, Izuku took out his phone and shot his mom a text. "Hey mom, stopping by the library for some textbooks, I'll call when I'm on my way home." The reply was near instant. "Super speed, he swears. But be safe, Izuku, smiley face." Whoever told his mom about emojis needed to stop. He pocketed his phone and stared apprehensively at the stranger, who was standing in the exact same spot as before. It was like he turned to stone while Izuku wasn't looking. "My name is Nagaki Kuroda. I'm assuming you have questions." Izuku was snapped out of his reverie at the mention of his. "A few, yes." He stated cautiously, keeping an eye out for any sudden movements. Nagaki sighed, closing his eyes briefly. "You don't have to be cautious around me. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it in the alley, with no conscious witnesses." Great. Now Izuku felt awkward and rude. Nagaki held his hands in a gesture that said fire away. And fire away Izuku did. "What's your quirk?" "You moved like you knew how he was going to move before he did." Nagaki raised an eyebrow. "How do you know I'm not a new pro hero?" he asked. "While it's true pro heroes do have impressive, even impossible, reflexes, your fighting style was too aggressive." He began. "Usually, a hero would focus on subduing the criminal with minimal injuries to both parties, but you dispatched him with brutal efficiency. Not to mention you didn't say any hero name when you reported him." He realized he was probably rambling, but he couldn't care. He wanted answers. The scarred man gave him a contemplative look. "You really know your stuff, don't you?" he asked. "Well, you're right, I'm not a pro. My quirk doesn't really have a name, but I've dubbed it the Spider Sense." "Spider Sense? You youngsters never read the old comics, do you?" Nagaki commented dryly. "There used to be a character named Spider-Man. Long story short, he could tell when he was in danger before the danger happened. Basically, I have a reflex quirk." Izuku's mind started to race, going over possible implications and just how a quirk like that worked. It took no small amount of effort to halt those thoughts and ask his next question, "Why are you telling me this? Aren't you concerned I'll go to the police?" Nagaki smiled, the scar tissue on the right side of his face making it seem more like a smirk. You won't, because you don't have any faith in their efficiency, do you? He took Izuku's silence as an answer in and of itself. Quite frankly, I've seen your kind before, the ones that want to do something but can't, at least not legally. You may have the physical strength with enough conditioning, but you'll be useless on the streets if you don't know how to fight. That's where I come in. You seem awfully calm about training a potential vigilante, if that's even what I want to be. Izuku said warily, feeling the anxiety slowly turn to adrenaline as he started to comprehend the implications of the offer. This man knew his plans, and that made him extremely dangerous. Don't try to be slick with me, kid. I used to be a vigilante myself, how do you think I got this? He held a hand to his face, gesturing to the burn scars marring his face. I had to go to China to get this treated without any questions, then had to recover in America. Lucky my sibling knew a private pilot. Burn scars. Electrical burn scars. It may have been a long shot, but the pieces fell into place scarily easily. Any information on Kuriko said at one point or another that he had almost never gotten an injury, like he'd known where the attack would land before it hit. Kuriko had been electrified for at least 4 minutes, that was bound to leave burns, if he'd even survived the experience. The hospitals would have been notified by the police to look for any new arrivals with severe electrical burns. The logical choice would be to go to another country for treatment without risk of discovery. Nagaki, the Kuriko, smiled. So, you figured it out, huh? Why are you telling me this? Izuku demanded, inwardly freaking out at his tone towards a man that once was on Japan's most wanted list. He sighed, placing his hands in the pockets of his jacket. That villain that had the politician's family hostage, he tried to electrocute the kid right in front of her mother. The only way to stop it was becoming the conduit. The electricity fried my nerve endings. Doctors said I have pain asymbolia. Whenever my body experiences pain, my brain doesn't process it, I'm numb. He gave Izuku a meaningful look. Japan still has a long way to go for the people to be safe. The cops in pretty much every other country have increased their efficiency, yet Japan's in a standstill. Heroes have to wait for clearance before doing anything, and all that is fighting yet another villain amongst the mass of them waiting in the dark. A vigilante has a bit more free rein. The police took credit for it, but when I was on the streets, criminals didn't so much as peep without covering their mouths in fear that I heard. Japan needs another Kuriko. And what? You're planning on making me the next Kuriko? Izuku asked, borderline hysterical. The expectant pause went on for a bit before he brought a hand to his forehead. Oh my God. Your morals seem well-founded, Nagaki started, holding a finger up for every reason. You're young. The police won't suspect you or anyone your age at the beginning, which is when you'd be more sloppy, and I've been keeping an eye out for potential candidates. You stood out the most. He shot Izuku a smirk. It definitely helps that you were already planning to be a vigilante. I've been meaning to ask, how did you know that? Nagaki answered that with a fair amount of ease. You show all the signs that I did. You want to help people, but you're lacking the proper training to do so. Believe it or not, but fighting is more than brute strength and muscle. I can help you if you want it. He held his hand out, waiting for his answer. Izuku stared at the hand being offered to him. His thoughts were running in every possible direction. Could he trust this man? The man who claimed to be Kuriko of all people. What were the odds of him even meeting Kuriko anyways? Very small, impossibly small. Then again, he'd thought the same thing about All Might. If Nagaki was the real deal, then Izuku would be trained by the most infamous vigilante in all of Japan. What had sealed the deal were Nagaki's next words. If I train you, your parents wouldn't have to worry as much as they would if you went off on your own. Well, how could he argue against that? Nagaki's hand was calloused, yet firm when Izuku took it in his own. Deal. Izuku actually did end up going to the library like he told his mom. Yui's exams were nothing to scoff at, even if he was one of the top students in his class. The entire walk there was spent in a state of disbelief as he replayed what had happened after he took Nagaki's hand. The man had smiled, then told him to go to the library and pick up textbooks, like he'd told his mom he would. If you're gonna get into Yui, you're gonna have to know your stuff. Plus, it wouldn't hurt to read up on some of the laws. the best vigilantes know which laws to break and which to bend. I'll contact you later. How did you know I told my mom I was going to the library? Logic: school kids usually resort to the old library excuse when they need to lie to their parents. Wanna not feel guilty? Just go to the library, Midoriya. So that's what he does. He grabs a few textbooks, mathematics, science, typical core subjects, and if the librarian rose her eyebrows at the law book he had, not much of an issue. He was carrying his stack of books out of the library, planning to call his mom, when a blue blur had run into him, knocking him to the floor and sending the books flying. I apologize, fellow student. The blur, who turned out to be a student his age, had stopped and began to gather Izuku's fallen books. The library is about to close for today, and I wanted to acquire some textbooks before that happened. Izuku looked at the stranger. Large black framed glasses sat in front of blue eyes. Boy had an undercut, a few strands of hair clinging to his forehead, which was covered in a thin sheen of sweat. His sentences were often accompanied by exaggerated hand movements and gestures. It's fine, really, I was just caught a bit off guard, Izuku said, getting on his knees to help the blue-haired boy gather the books. Thankfully, none of them had been damaged. My irresponsibility led to you being hurt and possibly damaging the books you had with you. The boy bowed deeply. Allow me to help you home as an apology. Didn't you need a few textbooks before the library closed? Izuku stuttered, watching helplessly as the teenager took half of the books to carry himself. This is more important. I inconvenienced you. This is my way of making it up to you. The boy puffs out his chest. My brother always tells me to make sure I make it up to people if I did something wrong to them. Knocking over my books isn't exactly wrong, Izuku commented dryly. Still, I feel bad about it. The boy held a hand out, effortlessly hefting the stack of books to one arm to do so. Ida Tenya, 3rd year junior high. Izuku took the offered hand. Izuku Midoriya, also 3rd year junior high. Ida perked up at that, his eyes practically shining behind his glasses. Really? What high school do you plan to attend? He asked animatedly, following Izuku as he began to walk home. Izuku hesitated a little. The general department of Yui. I, myself, plan to apply for Yui, though I'm applying for the heroics department. Ida gave him a curious look. Is your quirk not suited for heroics? He asked. I don't have a quirk, Izuku immediately stated. The silence between them was tense, before Ida began apologizing profusely. My apologies, Midoriya, I did not mean to come off as insensitive. Izuku hurried to reassure the boy before he began bowing again. It's fine, he waved the apology off. The ratio of people with quirks to the quirkless are 8-1. It was a safe bet to assume I had one. He sighed. Let's just drop that subject. Ida nodded and they continued their walk. Eventually, the awkwardness of the previous subject faded and they found themselves having an animated conversation on academic subjects. Izuku barely even noticed when he'd made it to his apartment. We're already here. Ida handed him his books, a small smile on his face. Thank you, Midoriya, for allowing me to assist you and for the interesting conversation. Izuku shook his head, hefting the new books onto the pile already in his arms. If anything, I have to apologize for making you miss the library today. Nonsense, I enjoyed our conversation, Midoriya. He took out a piece of paper and a pen. He handed Izuku the piece after scribbling on it for a few seconds. My number, in case you want to study for the exams together. We may not be applying for the same departments, but both have to take an exam for the basic academics. Izuku blinked owlishly, taking the paper and looking at the number. Thanks. He manages to say. Does this make us friends? He immediately regretted asking that. God, why couldn't he have been born mute? Ida took it in stride, nodding enthusiastically. If you want to be yes, I would have many things to learn from being your friend. Thanks, I guess I'll see you around? Yes. Have a good night, Midoriya. And with that, the boy took off. Literally, Izuku was coughing the dust out of his lungs for a solid minute. Pocketing the piece of paper, Izuku climbed the stairs and walked into his house. Mom, I'm home. He closed the door behind him with his foot. Sorry I didn't call, I got a bit held up at the library. Into peeked her head in from the kitchen. Izuku, she said cheerfully, I'm just glad you're home. Do you need any help with those books? No, I'm fine, he grunted as he set them down on the coffee table and walked into the kitchen. I think I made a friend, actually. Inko's eyes lit up. That's great, honey. Dinner's on the counter. She gestured to the bowl of fried rice, steam wafting enticingly from the meal. He pulled out a stool and sat down, picking up his chopsticks. Thanks for the meal, Mom. It was only after he said those words that he realized just how hungry he was. He readily dug into the rice, barely taking time to enjoy the flavor before swallowing and taking another bite. If you keep eating like that, I might have to make you a bigger lunch. His mother joked, taking a seat across from him and digging into her own bowl. Before she'd even finished half, she suddenly perked up, dropping her chopsticks and digging around her pockets. Oh, I almost forgot. You got a letter today, Izuku. He swallowed his current mouthful. A letter? She eventually let out a sound of triumph, holding out a small white envelope, sealed with a small fox sticker. It was put under the doorway while you were at the library. I didn't open it out of respect for your privacy. A small stone settled amongst the rice in his stomach. Thanks, Mom, he said, taking the envelope and placing it in his pocket. Nagaki knew where he lived, which means he knows about his mom. He seemed like a nice man, but the possibility of betrayal was still very, very real. If Izuku decided to go back on this whole vigilantism thing, there's no saying what he could do to him, or worse, his mom. His chopsticks started to shake ever so slightly before he set them down, his meal finished. If his mother detected any of his anxiety, she didn't show it, instead opting to tell him about her day. Izuku nodded at all the right times and occasionally put in his own 2 cents, but he was mainly focused on the envelope in his pocket that felt like it weighed much more than it should have. I'm gonna go to my room to study, love you, Mom, he said, walking back over to the living room and picking up the textbooks. Don't stay up too late, his mother cautioned. Good night, Izuku. Good night, Mom, he called back, walking to his room and shutting the door behind him. He carefully placed the textbooks on his desk before fishing the letter out of his pocket. The fox sticker holding the envelope closed seemed to be smiling mockingly at him. He took a bit more pleasure than he should have ripping the envelope open. A small ladder fell onto the floor, standing out against his dark carpet. Crunching down, he picked it up and began to read. Midoriya, I realized that it was probably rude of me to leave this while you were at the library, but let me get a few things straight. I've been keeping tabs on a lot of candidates, that includes their addresses. I know I can't just say, don't worry, because, frankly, you're a teenager. God knows what's running through your head right now. Anyways, there's an abandoned warehouse near the junkyard on the beach. Meet me there tomorrow after school and we'll begin your training. Come alone. Also, just because I'm training you doesn't mean you can skip out on studying. If your mother notices any falling grades, she'll get suspicious, and suspicion is the last thing you want. Keep your nose in the books, kid. Nagaki Kuroda. Izuku folded the note and placed it right next to his computer. Meeting a dangerous former vigilante in an abandoned warehouse near the junkyard on the beach, he can do that. Exhausted from the day's events, he promptly changed into his pajamas and flopped onto bed, falling asleep not 5 minutes after placing his head on the pillow. Something was up with Deku. What it was, Bakugo didn't know, and that set him the F off. First the FNG nerd starts ignoring him, then he does to avoiding his presence completely. It started to become rare that he even saw that shade of shitty green hair out of class. The nerd thought he could run from Bakugo. Boy, is he in for the beating of his shitty quirkless life. That is, if Bakugo could even catch the fuckmunch. Who did this fucker even think he was, anyways? At least before he had the ball to take his beatings. Now he's running away with his tail between his legs. Bakugo, despite his caustic personality, is actually rather smart. It didn't go unnoticed that Deku's behavior shifted after the slime villain. The same day he told the useless Beach to stop trying to be a hero. Maybe his words finally got through, after nearly 10 years of abuse, both verbal and physical. About FING time. Ever since his quirk manifested, Bakugo knew he was destined for greatness. His classmates said it, his teacher said it, his parents said it, even strangers said it. He knew he was great, and when Deku's quirk never showed, it was just more proof that he was just better than everyone else. Deku was always meant to be useless, and Bakugo was meant to be the best. So why did Deku avoiding him irk him so much? The DMN nuisance didn't even write in his stupid hero journals anymore, just paid attention in class and took notes like a normal student. Maybe that was it. Maybe the quirkless freak was trying to fit in by making himself invisible. Tough sheet, Deku, because Bakugo saw through that bullshit. So naturally, when Deku started walking in the wrong direction after school, he was practically neighbors with the shitstain. It wasn't like he knew the route to Deku's house by heart from when they were smaller. He decided to follow. Yet somehow within 5 minutes of following the fucker, he'd lost him in the crowd. He let out a rather loud curse, his palms crackling with small explosions. Izuku was thankful that he took the crowded streets to the beach. It had been easier to throw Kaken off of his trail with people constantly moving like an ever-changing puzzle. He took a deep breath to calm himself as he looked at the warehouse. It seemed innocent enough. It stood easily 3 stories high, large windows near the roof to let natural light filter in. Quite honestly, for an abandoned warehouse it seemed fairly well kept. Izuku ran a hand over the dull blue walls, faded and peeling in some places, as he made his way to the entrance. The doors, rusted brown and heavy, creaked and groaned as he pushed them open. Wincing slightly when the door slammed shut, echoing loudly in the empty space. Except that it wasn't empty, it was dimly lit, but Izuku could see a few padded floor mats and obstacles places randomly around the warehouse floor. He nearly jumped out of his skin when a shadowed figure dropped right in front of him, landing near silently in a crouch. "I was wondering when you'd show." Nagaki grinned, standing up from his position and gesturing around him. "Welcome to my humble training ground, Midoriya. You ready to get started?" Izuku nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, sir." Nagaki turned to look at him, a stray beam of light hitting his face and acting shadows across his eyes. "None of this sir crap. You can call me Nagaki, or Kuroda when you start feeling more familiar with me, but not sir, got it?" "Why I mean Nagaki." Izuku stuttered out, feeling his ears heat up. Nagaki looked at him for a moment before nodding to himself. "Good." The man walked past Izuku, stepping outside. "Follow me." "Where are we going exactly?" "The first step to your training." "A soup kitchen?" Izuku can't help but stare at his mentor incredulously. "The first step to my training is a soup kitchen?" "You'll see." Nagaki replied sagely, taking a step forward to knock on the door. An elderly woman, white hair in a neat bun and under a hairnet, opened the door. "My goodness, my eyes are playing tricks on me. Is that you, Kuroda?" the old woman asked, stepping forward to try and get a better look at his face. Kuroda let a warm, crooked smile adorn his face as Izuku watched on. "It is, Mrs. Fujioko." He assured her, "You haven't aged a day since I left for America." Mrs. Fujioko tooted, "You let your Japanese get rusty. I thought I taught you better than that, young man." Izuku watched with wide eyes as the woman pinched the dangerous former vigilante's cheeks with her wrinkled hands. "And where did you get such a dreadful scar?" "Why, I get an ache in my bones just looking at it." Kuroda simply let her manhandle his face. "Let's just say that the Americans have some pretty crazed villains." He joked. Mrs. Fujioko turned to squint at Izuku, who straightened his back on instinct. "And who is this, Kuro?" "This is Izuku Midoriya. We both decided to help out in the kitchen today," Kuroda stated, watching somewhat amusedly as Mrs. Fujioko hobbled a bit closer to the young green-haired boy. Izuku leaned down when the elderly woman gestured for him to do so, and nearly squeaked in surprise when the woman pinched his cheeks. "What a nice young lad," the lady said serenely. "I never see young ones your age helping around the kitchen. It's nice to see such a fine boy helping around." She leaned closer to whisper conspiratorially, "I'm not as young as I used to be, you know. These knees just don't seem to work the way they used to." It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Fujioko." Izuku greeted, bowing deeply in respect. "I hope I can be of help to you and your kitchen." "Oh, he's polite too." Kuroda cleared his throat. Let's continue this inside, shall we? He held the door open for both Izuku and Mrs. Fujioko as they walked in. The elder woman talking animatedly with Izuku about the soup kitchen. Most of the people that come here can't afford a meal, Mrs. Fujioko informed him, so I make sure they all get at least one square meal a day. She procured hair nets from somewhere on her person and handed them to both Kuroda and Izuku. Put these on, dears, people don't like hair in their food. Nagaki went along with it flawlessly, bunching his hair up to place under the hair net and following Mrs. Fujioko into the kitchen. He peeked his head out. Well, are you coming? The missus doesn't like to be kept waiting. For an old lady, she can wield a cane pretty darn well. Izuku puts on his hair net and hurried after them. The kitchen was relatively busy, several volunteers moving to and fro. Some were chopping vegetables, others were stirring broth, and some were handing the soup out to the hungry recipients. Izuku found Nagaki already helping the others distribute the soup. He quickly spotted Izuku and waved him over. Not to be rude, Izuku began, grabbing the ladle that Nagaki handed him, but why are we in a soup kitchen for my first lesson? Nagaki gives a homeless woman a ladle brimming with steaming soup before giving Izuku a side glance. Look at the people you're helping, he instructed, serving yet another civilian. They honestly don't look like much, ragged clothes and thin layers of dirt and grime on their faces. Yet Izuku's thoughts on their appearance faded in favor of seeing their expressions. There were smiles so wide they looked like they'd break if they stretched the skin of their mouth any further. Some had tears in their eyes as they thanked the volunteers profusely. The chatter in the cafeteria was light and cheery, fueled by full bellies and high spirits. The lighting may have been dim, but that failed to put a damper on the mood. These people were happy. A vigilante does not act because of personal desire, Nagaki muttered to him. A vigilante acts for the good of others. Only by helping others achieve happiness can you find it for yourself. They worked at the soup kitchen until sunset. Izuku had managed to talk to a few of the children that had showed up for a bowl of soup, and had somehow ended up helping them with their homework. There were giggles all around as he explained the math problems to them in funny ways, the parents of the children watching with eyes full of mirth. Izuku couldn't help the sigh of relief as he and Nagaki walked out of the kitchen, waving goodbye to Mrs. Fujioko. That was fun. Izuku said as they walked down the sidewalk. I never volunteered at a soup kitchen before. Nagaki looked at him. Well, get used to it, 'cause we're volunteering there every weekend. What about weekdays? The man grinned crookedly. Those are for training. He lightly punched Izuku's shoulder when the boy's head shot up to look at him. What? You thought all your training would be community service? Izuku shook his head. No. I just kinda. They stood there, looking at the beach as waves lapped gently at the shores. That this is really happening, isn't it? Nagaki sighed. There's no shame in dropping out, kid. This intense stuff, you'd be on the other side of the law, people would be after you. I can't promise that you'll be safe. He locked eyes with Izuku, a fire in his own, but I can promise that I'll train you to the best of my ability should you decide to go through with this. Izuku looked into the man's eyes. There was no deception, only truth. Swallowing the fear in his throat, he nodded. I'm sure, this is what I want to do. Then get ready, kid, 'cause I'm no pushover, and by the time I'm done with you, you won't be either. The world spun as Izuku hit the padded floor with a grunt, thankfully managing to protect his head. 9 months of training, and you barely know how to fall right. Nagaki taunted, standing over Izuku with crossed arms. I've been shamed. I can never show my face in Mrs. Fujioko's kitchen again. Keep laughing, Kuroda. Izuku panted, dragging himself up and getting into a fighting stance. One of these days I will land a hit on you. Oh yeah. Kuroda dodged Izuku's first punch, hit the guy with the reflex quirk. He catches the next fist with his own outstretched palm. That sounds possible. Izuku smirked. More possible than you might think. He faked a punch, and while his mentor went to block it, he twisted his wrist, breaking the older man's hold. He dropped low to sweep his foot across the ground to catch Kuroda's legs, making him trip and hit the ground with a solid oof. Izuku stood up and dusted his hands. How's that? Kuroda didn't respond at first, then his shoulders started shaking. Eventually, the man's entire body was riddled with laughter. He took Izuku's offered hand and stood up. Not bad, Midoriya, not bad. Again with that stupid nickname. Izuku groaned. How many times have I told you to quit it with the nicknames? When you stop reacting so much to them. Kuroda quipped, tossing Izuku a water bottle and a towel. It's too easy, you're too easy. And to think I was ever intimidated by you. Izuku remarked, catching both the bottle and the towel. It was actually kind of endearing. The man lamented, placing a hand on his head and sighing dramatically, where did that ball of nervous energy go? What have I made? You made a teenager, that's what. The male in question replied, drying the back of his neck with the towel and taking a sip of the water bottle. Sarcastic. I made you sarcastic. Is there a difference? Kuroda ruffled the boy's hair, eliciting a squawk of protest from him. Get going, squirt, your entrance exams are tomorrow. Don't stay up studying like you did that one time. One time, Izuku stated, one time I pull an all-nighter and you never let me forget it. Because somebody besides your mom has to look out for you, squirt. Kuroda made a shooing motion, go, be free, do whatever it is kids your age do. Okay, I'm leaving. Izuku grabbed his things, a backpack with a change of clothes, and opened the warehouse door. Looking back one more time, he said, see you later, Kuroda. The man didn't respond, only held a hand up in farewell before Izuku darted away and let the door shut. Izuku ran all the way home, weaving in and out of the crowd with a skill honed over the past few months. In no time at all, he found himself at his house. His mother greeted him from the couch when he came in, he said his hellos and told her he'd be going to his room. Sighing as he sat down at his desk, Izuku took out his phone and sent a text to Ida. Sent 8:30 p.m. Are you ready for the exams? Received 8:31 p.m. We have studied extensively, Midoriya. Reviewing with you has been a great help for my academics. I believe we will do fine. Ida had been an interesting study partner, often reading from his extensively written note cards and reciting facts word for word from the textbook. If anything, the blue-haired boy's exaggerated hand movements had helped Izuku remember the more obscure pieces of information. Sent 8:33 p.m. Yeah, you're right. See you tomorrow, Ida. I'm going to try and get some rest. Received 8:34 p.m. Sleep well, Midoriya. He set the phone down on his desktop, quickly changing into his sleep clothes and crawling under the covers. As he laid down, his mind went over just about everything that's happened since he'd met Kuroda. The man had started off intimidating, giving off a lone wolf vibe with his scar and build. Yet after that first day at the soup kitchen, Izuku couldn't see him in that light again. A lone wolf wouldn't let an old lady pinch his cheeks, wouldn't help little kids read words they couldn't pronounce, wouldn't mentor a teenager who wanted to make a difference. The man had made Izuku strong. The constant training had really paid off. He wasn't the scrawny kid he was a year ago, his form had filled out fairly nicely. He wasn't bulky, all of his muscle being lean, but it was easier to hide his newfound muscle under articles of clothing. Kuroda had said that was a good thing, it made people underestimate you. Izuku's eyes started to droop, making the thought of sleep seem a lot more appealing. Closing his eyes, he let himself be taken by sleep, dreaming of the day to come. Izuku groaned at his alarm clock's incessant, shrill beeping. He rolled over, pressing the snooze button with more force than necessary before getting up and stretching. His back protested the movement, but he easily ignored the slight burn in his muscles in favor of walking over to his closet and getting dressed. After fitting his long-sleeved shirt over his head, he heard his phone give off a ping on his desk. Shuffling over, he picked up the device and checked the message displayed on the home screen. Received 6:39 a.m. After exams, come to the warehouse, I'll have a gift for you. Kuroda. Izuku blinked, caught somewhat off guard by the message, then swiped the screen and typed in his passcode. Izuku replied, sent 6:41 a.m. Got it, and you don't have to sign the text with your name, your contact info tells me it's you. The response was near instant. Received 6:42 a.m. Bah, you teenagers and your technology, I'll have you know. Izuku huffed in amusement, placing the phone down to let his mentor rant about the age of flip phones in favor of finishing getting fully clothed. A quick look in the mirror confirmed that his clothes looked decent enough, long pants with a gray overcoat for the chilly weather. His hair, on the other hand, was a whole other level. His mother had often joked that the legendary Midoriya bedhead was a trait passed down to every green-haired member of the family. Right now it seemed his genetics held true. His hair stuck up in every direction, tufts of green bouncing back up after he pressed them down experimentally. Grabbing his brush with a sigh, Izuku set out to try and tame his rebellious head of hair. Bedhead? His mother had asked once Izuku'd finally set foot in the kitchen. Izuku, his hair looking only slightly better than when he'd woken up, simply nodded as he sat down at the counter. "My poor baby," she said, passing him a plate of toast and eggs. "You'd better eat quick. Didn't you promise your friend you'd walk to Yui with him?" He perked up at that, picking up his fork and eating his breakfast in record time. With his toast hanging in his mouth, Izuku made his way to the door. "You're right. Love you, Mom." He paused, remembering something before adding, "Oh, and Kuroda-sensei told me he had a gift for me, so I'll be a bit late coming home." "Go take the exam, Izuku," she told him, giving him a warm look. "Just be home by dinner. I'm making katsudon. Don't be late." Got it by Mom." He rushed out the door, going down the stairs 2 at a time. He saw a familiar head of blue hair waiting at the bottom of the staircase and called out, "Ida. Sorry for holding you up." Ida, who'd been on his phone, probably going over notes if Izuku knew him as well as he thought he did, looked up and raided a hand in. "Greeting. Good morning, Midoriya. You didn't hold us up by too much. We'll still make it to Yui with time to spare." Izuku sighed. "That's good, thanks, Ida." He tuned out the other boys' long-winded "you're welcome" as they walked down the street. Eventually, their conversation turned to the exams. The pamphlet they handed out said that we'd be fighting robots for our practical exam. Ida explained to Izuku, each one has a certain amount of points assigned to them. The more difficult the robot, the higher the point value. Izuku nodded. "What about the kids whose quirks aren't built for offense?" he asked. "I mean, Eraserhead is a pro hero, and his quirk isn't made for fighting giant robots." Ida paused at that, seeming to mull over what Izuku said. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I'm sure a great academy like Yui has a course of action for such a scenario." Way to bound back, Ida. Izuku thought, "It might take a while, but I know you'll become a good hero, a true hero." Eventually, they both stood in front of the entrance gate to Yui. The building stood tall and proud, near blinding in the morning sun. The courtyard in front of the building was littered with other students, all chatting enthusiastically about one thing or another. Some were demonstrating their quirks to other students, who let sounds of amazement, while others were simply walked inside the building, ignoring the other students' flashy presentations of their quirks. "Well, we're here," Izuku stated. Neither of them moved, they only stared. For Izuku, he felt anxiety, both for the test and different reasons. Here he was, a vigilante in training, about to apply to one of the most prestigious hero academies in Japan, no, the world. Yeah, Kuroda had always teased him about the irony of it, but the implications were starting to sink in. If he made it in, he'd be amongst heroes in training, heroes that would have to one day try and stop him. Nervously, he looked at Ida, who had started walking into the courtyard ahead of them. Would he eventually have to fight the only friend he had? Bear harsh words and take blows from the very same person that had given him encouragement and kindness before? As he took a step in, all he could think was, "Any friends I make here, one day might try to hurt me." His thoughts were broken when his foot caught on an uneven tile. He let out a yell of surprise as his center of gravity shifted and he started to fall. Instinctively, he tucked his chin and held his hands out, ready to catch himself. Yet the impact never came. Izuku opened his eyes and stared. The ground was right in front of his face, a centimeter closer and his nose would graze the asphalt, yet he never hit it. A quick look at his body confirmed that nothing was touching the ground. He was effectively floating in midair. "Oh my goodness, are you okay?" a young, feminine voice asked from above him. Izuku carefully flipped himself over so he could be face to face with his savior. A girl his age, with chestnut hair shaped in a bob cut, stood above him. Her wide eyes held concern as she leaned over him. and her scarf threatened to make him sneeze as it dangled in front of his face. "Oh, you know," he managed to say, trying to seem relaxed and not freaked out that he was now floating a foot off of the ground. "What? Just hanging around." The girl giggled, a sweet sound not unlike bell chimes, and helped him get into a standing position. Touching her fingertips together, his feet touched sweet, sweet earth once more. "You're funny, a lot of people freak out when they start floating out of nowhere." "Nope, no freaking out here," Izuku affirmed. "Thank you, miss." The girl grinned. "You're so polite. My name's Uraraka Ochako," she chirped, holding out a hand that Izuku gladly took. "It'd be bad luck to fall on the first day, right?" He smiled. Let's just say my elders keep my manners sharp." Not a lie, Mrs. Fujioka could be terrifying if he ever forgot his manners. "And yes, it would be bad luck to fall, wouldn't it? My name's Izuku Midoriya. Pleased to meet Y-." The kind girl, Ochako, was cut off by a yell of rage that came from across the courtyard. "Deku, what the F are you doing here?" Izuku sighed while Ochako whipped around to see who yelled. True to form, Bakugo Katsuki, resident hothead, was storming over to Izuku's location. Anyone that stood in the way quickly made themselves scarce. "You might want to leave," Izuku nervously suggested Ochako. "He can be really threatening when he wants to be." Instead of running, the girl stayed in place. If it wasn't for something in her eyes hardening, Izuku might have thought she didn't hear him. Bakugo stopped about 2 feet away from Izuku, shoulders raised and hands crackling threateningly. "I thought I finally got it through to you that you couldn't do this, hero sheet," he hissed, eyes narrowed and locked onto the green-haired boy. "What the F is this then?" "Kaken," Izuku began, holding his hands open in what he hoped would be a non-threatening gesture. "I'm not applying for the Heroics Division, I'm applying for the General Department." Over the irate Bakugo's shoulder, Izuku could see a few teachers getting ready to intervene. "Izuku, who is this?" Ochako asked Izuku, eerily calm. A spike of adrenaline shot through him when he realized that was the same tone the women at the soup kitchen would take when a child was in big, big trouble. "Okay, that's enough." Izuku cut the tension, walking past Bakugo and tugging Ochako along with him to avoid confrontation. "Kaken's an old classmate, Ochako, that's all." The girl's disposition shifted back to its previous sunny personality. "Okay, Izuku." He quickly took the lead, making him stumble as she dragged him along excitedly. "Let's go inside." Meanwhile, Bakugo stood there, in shock of what just happened. Deku just walked by him? Like he didn't even matter? "That beach is dead." He snarled, whipping around on his heel to try and follow after them. He stopped when he turned around and was face to face with the teacher. "Whoa there, kid." The teacher said, "You need to tone down that temper. Yui won't accept anyone who attacks other students." Bakugo flared up, then managed to rein in his rage. "Whatever," he muttered, walking past the teacher and in through the doors. The applicants were divided into which department they were applying for. The heroics group was boisterous, at least a few people were yelling at all times. The support group was more subdued, but you could see a few of them doing odd things. Izuku thought he saw a student balancing 10 pencils vertically on his face. The general department was acting like any other classroom Izuku's attended before, which did a wonder on his nerves. The kids were relatively nice, saying hellos and introducing themselves, but they didn't say much to him after that. Most of the students in the general department had come in groups from the same school. Izuku was the odd one out. He spotted Ochako, who was talking to another girl that had her hair tied into a bow. She immediately perked up and waved enthusiastically back. The school's intercom spoke up, "General department applicants, please step into Class 2A for your entrance exams." An enthusiastic voice told them. "Present, Mike," if Izuku wasn't mistaken. Like a herd of cattle, the group of general department kids shuffled into the hallway and found Class 2A. Everyone filed in, students taking seats next to friends and starting to talk before the exam began. Izuku was one of the last few people in. Most of the seats were already occupied, except for at the very front. Moving quickly, Izuku took the seat before it could be taken by anyone else. He turned his head when he heard an amused huff. In the seat next to him, a boy with light blue hair even messier than his, and that was an accomplishment, leaned his head against his hand, looking at Izuku with a neutral expression. Clearing his throat nervously, Izuku held a hand out. "I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you." The boy eyed his hand warily, then sighed, lifting his own up to finish the gesture. "Shinso Hitoshi." "Nice to meet you, Shinso," Izuku said, smiling. At the lack of reaction from the other boy, his smile faded. Before he could say anything else, the examiner walked into the class. His hair was scruffy, and he seemed to have several layers of what looked like bandages wrapped around his neck like a scarf. He looked over the class with tired, red eyes. The students fell into silence as the man walked to the desk, exams in his hand. "Welcome," the man said, "to the UE General Department entrance exams." He handed stacks of the exams to the first student in each row, having the students take one and pass it down until everyone had an exam sheet. "You've all taken exams before, so I'm not gonna bother telling you all the rules." The man sits down at the desk, leaning back in the chair. "If you cheat, your exam is invalid. You have 2 hours, begin." Izuku sighed as the cool autumn air hit his face when he stepped out of UE's main building. The exam had been rough, but he thought he did fairly well, enough to pass at least. The other students were chattering about the exam as he walked by. Some said it was impossible, others said it was easy, same old duality. His phone buzzed in his pocket and he took it out. Received 10:30 a.m. "Hello, Midoriya. I am texting you in the short break we have between the exam and practicals to tell you that I will most likely be late, so do not feel obligated to wait for me." Izuku quickly sent a reply of, "Okay, be safe, Ida," before pocketing his phone and breaking into a jog. The air felt crisp as he moved through the streets, the wind keeping his skin cool and sweat-free. He made a turn at the soup kitchen and sprinted the rest of the way to the warehouse. Laughing in between breaths, Izuku stared at the beach, now clear of litter. He and Kuroda had commented on it, how someone seemed to be cleaning up the beach when they weren't there, but simply shrugged and left it at that. It wasn't like anyone was being hurt by the mysterious litter cleaner. Taking one more breath to calm his heart, Izuku opened the familiar rusted doors. Kuroda was standing in the center of the warehouse, a trunk laying at his feet. "I feel like I should say something ominous," he joked. "Set the mood, you know?" Izuku's smile was forced down as he sat across from his mentor. "What's in there?" He gestured to the trunk now in front of him. Kuroda's smile faded, his face taking a more serious look. "Do you know the origin of the name, Kuriko?" he asked. You never told me," Izuku admitted, wrinkling his brow in confusion. Kuroda sat down with a grunt. "In both of my family's homelands, a fox held special meaning. In Japan, a fox is seen as messengers of Inari, sly, cunning, and tricky, while in America, the foxes were seen as messengers of all the gods. When the Europeans invaded America, it is said that a black fox appeared and whittled their numbers, eating supplies, crippling horses, even killing men that strayed too far from their camps. The black fox was believed by my mother's ancestors to be the gods incarnate, becoming their own weapon of vengeance against the crimes done against their people." Izuku sat silently, listening to every word. Kuroda held a hand to his scar. "When I received these scars, it was in defense of a life, an innocent life that had done no wrong. These are not scars, they are reminders that I must do everything in my power to help people, even at my own expense." He leveled his gaze at Izuku. "That is what it means to become the Kuriko, the black fox." He pushed the trunk to Izuku, who stopped it with his hand. "Open it." Cautiously, Izuku unlatched the handles. Lifting the lid, he looked inside. They were clothes, black clothes with padding expertly sewn in. Lifting the articles of clothing up, he found they fit his body perfectly. At the very bottom of the trunk was a black mask, worn and pale with age, delicate white brushstrokes depicting a long snout and laughing eyes. "This is Dash. I made the armor." Kuroda cut his sentence off, coughing awkwardly into his hand. "Sew Kevlar into the fabric, it'll do for small timers, purse snatchers and the like. Kevlar does well to absorb impact, it'll also provide some protection from knives." Kuroda rubbed the back of his neck. "As for the fabric, well, chaffing can be a beach, so I took that little issue out of the equation. It'll take some time to get anything better at the moment, so don't go running around fighting supervillains just yet. As for the mask, he smiled. Figured it'll help get your street cred up. Nothing'll scare the baddies like a rumor saying the old Black Fox is back. Izuku was at a loss for words, holding the carefully handmade outfit in one hand and holding the mask in the other. I don't know what to say. Thank you usually suffices. Kuroda snarked, falling back into his usual carefree personality. I thank you, Izuku said, feeling his shoulders shake slightly. Whoa 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 whoa. Kuroda rushed forward, giving Izuku a concerned look. Why are you crying? Izuku sniffled. I'm just so happy. Kuroda stood back to give him a funny look. You're not happy? He asked, not entirely convinced. At Izuku's nod, he brought the boy in for a side hug. Kiddo, we really have to get the crybaby out of your system. The boy let out a wet laugh before placing the armor and the mask back in the trunk. Wiping his face with his sleeve, he asked, What do we do now? Kuroda tapped his chin, contemplating. Your mom said you could be out until when, exactly? Until dinner, which is at 8. Perfect, why don't we goof around until sunset? Tonight'll be your first night patrol. So that was how the rest of daylight was spent, doing odd things on a whim. Balance a yoga ball on your head? Done. Push-up contest? Done. You've got a long way to go before you can beat me, Izuku. Pretty much anything they could do with exercise equipment had been done by the end of the day. When the sun started to set, Kuroda turned to Izuku. You ready? Izuku opened up the trunk and took out the armor once more, as ready as I'll ever be. The night was dark, the occasional streetlight and ad signs providing the only source of light. The yowl of a cat could be heard over the sound of a car alarm, the feline responsible darting away from the trash can it was on and into the shadows. A young woman walked down the sidewalk, nervously glancing over her shoulder as she draws her jacket closer to her body. She couldn't see the figure hiding in the alleyway she was about to walk by, but someone else could. A lone figure stands on the roof, watching the scene behind the mask of a grinning fox. When the man in the alley made his move, so did Kuriko. He'd have to finish the fight fast, though. His mom was still expecting him to be home at 8. Tsukachi Naomasa wasn't having a good night. First, he spent all of the previous night going over police reports. Then his boss told him he had to do the midnight patrol through the city, which meant that he couldn't look after his friend, a certain blonde-haired idiot that didn't know how to take care of himself, and finally, he did not have enough goddamn coffee for this. The streets were eerily quiet as he rode down them in his police cruiser, not so much as a cat to be seen. Seemed like not even the animals wanted to be out in the chilly weather. The detective didn't really blame them. A warm bed and a hot drink was sounding awfully good to him as he tapped chilled fingers against the cold surface of the steering wheel. He perked up when the radio went off. Detective Naomasa, there's been an attempted 211, head to White Lotus Bank. Understood, en route. He spoke into his own radio, stepping on the gas as he flicked his police lights on. The scene was almost comical when he pulled up. 5 would-be robbers were tied to a parking meter. His co-workers had already sealed the scene off, yellow caution tape glinting off of the red and blue lights. There was a hero standing to the side, talking to the police officers and looking a bit confused. His captain looked up when he stepped out of the car. Naomasa, you're here good. The chief said, what do you think of this? The older man gestured to the scene. I'll have to ask what exactly you mean, sir. Naomasa said carefully, this looks like work of a small-time hero, someone that just debuted probably. The chief nodded, and that's what it would be, normally, but these guys are telling us a different story, and we need you to figure out if it's true. The detective glanced at the criminals. They seemed resigned to their fate, not even struggling against the rope that tied them. I'll see what I can do. The chief pat his back. Good man, Naomasa. He made his way to the suspects, who barely acknowledged his revenue once he stood in front of them. The detective kneeled down and made eye contact with who he deduced to be the head thug. I am Detective Naomasa. I'm here to ask you a few questions. He stated. The suspect, a balding man with a bright ginger goatee, sneered at him. We already answered you DMN questions, investigator. He didn't so much as blink. Yes, but you never answered them with me. My quirk lets me tell if you're lying, and apparently what you've said doesn't make a lot of sense. Answer the questions willingly, and your sentence won't have a charge of refusing to cooperate with a police officer added to the list. The thug let out a string of curses under his breath, but eventually talked. We was near the next bank we was gonna hit. He jerked his head to the bank, when this blur just shows up out of nowhere and starts kicking our buttes. They weren't lying. Naomasa pressed a bit harder. Can you remember your attacker? Any defining features? Last DMN thing I can remember is a fox mask, a black fox mask. The thug spat out. Naomasa nodded and stood back up, walking over to his commanding officer. They're not lying. The older man sighed, running a hand over his face. I was actually hoping that wouldn't be the case. You remember 4 years ago, someone with the same mask started running around. What are you trying to say? The man sighed, suddenly looking years older than he was. It seems Kuriko isn't as dead as we thought he was. Ah. Izuku hissed as Kuroda bandaged yet another wound. The sun had barely risen, thin streams of light pouring into the high windows and catching on floating dust particles. You see, this is why you dodge when the bad guy pulls out a knife. Kuroda lectured him, spraying anesthetic on a particularly deep cut Izuku sustained on his arm. He continued to rant as he disinfected the wound. I know that I told you it would offer only some protection against knives, so what do? You go and have your first fight as a vigilante with a knife-wielding mugger. After placing a final bandage on the cut, he leaned back, finally finished treating all of Izuku's injuries. You're a horrible listener, kid. Wonder where I got it from. Izuku commented dryly, yelping in surprise when Kuroda's hand came to cuff him over the head. What was that for? He asked, rubbing the sore spot tentatively. This different, Izuku. His mentor told him sternly, standing up to put his medical equipment away. This is the real world, life and death, got it? Every decision you make is going to have a consequence on the streets. This the world of heroes and villains, and neither side exactly likes the people in between, vigilantes. He placed the medical kit down on the shelf with more force than necessary, his jaw was clenched and his hands were shaking. You're in real danger when you're out there, kid. If you die, I'll spend the rest of my life blaming myself for not teaching you enough to protect yourself. Izuku bowed his head. I'm sorry, but Kuroda, his head shot up, eyes alight with accomplishment, I actually did something. I stopped those robbers that we've been robbing banks for the past week. Yeah, it's all over the news, kid. Kuroda told him, tossing a newspaper in his direction, which Izuku caught reflexively. And don't think I don't know that you snuck out after you got home to do it. He gave Izuku a disapproving look. You may be a vigilante now, but even Kuriko needs sleep, kid. Izuku felt his throat burn in shame. I'm sorry, Kuroda. He apologized again, gripping the newspaper tightly in his hands. I heard about the robberies and I worked out where they'd hit last night. I couldn't just sit around and let them rob another bank. You worked out where they'd hit? His mentor asked, a little bit disbelieving. At Izuku's steadily heating up face, he grinned. Good work on that, kid, but it probably wasn't the best idea to mix with them so soon. What? Izuku looked up from the headline, which showcased the 5 men he'd tied to a parking meter last night. Why? The man walked over and handed Izuku a water bottle, which the green-haired boy took gratefully. Because you let them get a look at your mask. Kuroda explained. The police force still isn't sure if Kuriko died 4 years ago. Odds are they'll play it safe and open up my old case files to see if you fit the MO of the previous Kuriko. If you don't, they'll write you off as a copycat. Izuku chugged down half of the water bottle before coming up for air. Exactly which one am I, anyways? He asked, standing up and putting his shirt back on. Copycat or the actual Kuriko? That made the man pause. After a few moments of contemplation, he shrugged. I mean, you're my student, so I guess you'd be considered the real thing, but that's only if they ever find out that you're my student, which is never going to happen. So they'll most likely write you off as a copycat, which is better in the long run. They won't actively try to find you until later on, when you move on to the bigger fish. Izuku grabbed his bag, which was lying on the shelf next to the medical kit. Got it, sensei, he said, mock saluting the former vigilante before darting out of reach of the man's incoming hand. Get out of here, you brat. I've got a life outside of making sure you're not killed, you know. He grumbled. Izuku laughed as he made his way to the door. Can do. See you later, Kuroda. The boy opened the warehouse door and disappeared into the morning. Kuroda sighed, shaking his head. That kid, he muttered. The man frowned, looking at the bloodied pieces of cotton adorning the floor. Leaning down with a grunt, he picked up the clumps of red from the floor, careful to keep them from smudging on the floor. After throwing the used cotton away, the scarred man stared at his phone, sitting innocently on the desk next to the shelf the medical kits resided in. It was risky, but he would be able to convince her to make a suit one more time that then Izuku's chances of getting through a fight unscathed would rise drastically. He picked up the phone. Dialing a number burned into his memory, he waited as it rang. Hey, it's me, he said gruffly into the phone. I need to call in a favor. Ida Tenya was not an easy person to be friends with. He'd been told this multiple times throughout his life, so it was nothing new to him. Yet when he ran into Izuku Midoriya, literally, the boy simply smiled and asked if they could be friends. It was safe to say that Ida had never met anyone quite like him. In the past it had been confusing for the blue-haired boy, how everyone seemed to lack his level of enthusiasm for academics, but Izuku matched him step for step, occasionally making him question something he'd never thought to question. The freckled boy occasionally went off on a subject, mumbling all his observations and questions aloud, and Ida had to admit, while it was creepy, the green-haired boy was incredibly insightful. The way his eyes positively lit up when he talked about something he was passionate about let Ida know he wasn't the only one. So what if he was quirkless? That didn't damper Izuku's determination one bit. If anything, it fed the fire in the boy. Ida aimed to have as much mobviating as he did one day. So when the day of the UE entrance exams came, he took a breath and tried to imitate some of the determination he'd seen in the friends standing next to him. The written part of the exam was almost laughingly easy, all the days he'd spent studying with Izuku paying off. So when they let the students have a brief interlude to get ready for practicals, Ida sent a text to him, explaining that he'd be late and to not wait for him. He'd pocketed his phone before he could get a reply. The pamphlet he'd read had been correct. They were fighting robots in a battle royale-esque fashion. When the proctor, present Mike, had told them to begin, he'd shot off, using his momentum to jump on the robots and crush them with the sheer force of it. He kept tabs on the other contenders as the exam went on, keeping track of their locations as to not hurt any of them accidentally. He'd just finished off a 3-point robot when the ground began to shake. A massive mechanical hand appeared, crushing the building it latched onto. Present Mick's words came to mind. Remember, this robot doesn't have any points assigned to it, so there's no reason to fight it. He'd been about to run away, like all of the other hero hopefuls, but his feet dug into the ground when he heard a shout of pain. Whipping around, he could see a girl trapped under the rubble the robot knocked over. She tugged frantically at her leg, trying to free it, with no success. He could hear what all the others were saying as they ran by. It won't kill her, it's probably programmed not to. This's an exam, she's in no real danger. I need to get out of here. Suddenly, Ida recalled a conversation he'd had with Izuku only a week ago. What do you think makes a hero? Izuku had asked, taking a bite out of the sandwich his mother had made. They were sitting in his room, taking a break from studying. It's about helping people, of course. Ida had replied immediately, taking a bite of his own meal. His friend swallowed, before turning to him, a sad smile on his face. Even when you have to put yourself in life or death danger to do it? He hadn't had an answer to that back then, but now he did. Powering up his quirk, he shot down the street, skidding to a stop in front of the trapped student. Run! He'd yelled, lifting the piece of rubble long enough for her to free herself. She tried to stand, but yelped when she put weight on her foot. The monster robot turned towards them, reaching a hand out to crush the building next to them. Ida picked the girl up and darted away in the nick of time, a piece of rubble landing where they stood previously with an echoing boom. He turned sharply into an alleyway, setting the girl down to catch her breath and to catch his own. His calves were burning like he'd run 10 miles in the span of those few moments. He looked to the girl, who was staring at him with amazement in her wide brown eyes. "Are you okay?" he asked in between breaths. She nodded. "I'm fine, thanks to you." His heart was still beating rapidly when Present Mic's voice was heard throughout the arena. "Time's up, kiddos." He sighed, pushing himself up from the wall he'd been leaning on. He held a hand out to the girl. "Here, I'll help you get to the nurse." She grinned, then tapped her arm. He wasn't as surprised as he probably should have been when she started floating, her feet half a foot off the ground. "Okay, I'm Uraraka Ochako," she greeted, holding a hand out as she bobbed up and down slightly. Ida took her smaller hand in his own. "Ida Tenya." The hour after the exam was a blur for him. In all honesty, he tugged Ochako to the nurse like a child would carry a balloon. After making sure that she was okay in the capable hands of Recovery Girl, Ida made his way home. His house was rather large, the benefit of having a family in the hero business. The design was simple but structurally sound. The white walls were near painful to look at when the sun shined on them though. He didn't have to wait even 5 seconds after knocking before the door opened. His brother, Tensei, opened the door with a grin on his face. "Hey little brother, how was the exam?" he asked, ushering him in excitedly. "Tell us all about it." His brother sat him down on the couch as he took a seat across from him, leaning in with avid interest. So Ida retold the events of the exam, sometimes pausing to think about how to word it. His brother listened to every word, a smile growing on his face as he continued the retelling. "That girl, why did you help her, Tenya? What was your motivation?" He asked. Ida hesitated. "Because that's what a hero would do, right, brother?" he asked, looking into his brother's eyes. His brother smiled. "Yeah, Tenya, that's what a hero would do." Izuku gazed at the streets from his perch on the rooftop, watching as the oblivious civilians passed right under his feet. He smiled behind the mask as a little girl walked home with her mother, a superhero plush gripped tight in her little hands. Standing up, Izuku stretched with a grunt, then leaped to the other rooftop. The wind whistled by him as he dashed from rooftop to rooftop, silently scanning the streets for any sign of criminal activity. True to form, a shriek came from the alleyway below him. He crouched low, peeking from the edge of the roof. A gang of men surrounded 2 women, all grinning lecherously. One pulled a knife out and another chorus of shrieks rose up. Izuku reached to his back to pull out 3 wooden poles, quickly twisting them together. A 5-foot bow staff now rested in his hands. Remember, Kuroda had told him as he handed the weapon to Izuku, "A bow staff is great for both offense and defense. Just make sure you have enough space to swing." The alley was definitely wide enough to swing in. Not waiting a moment longer, Kuriko jumped from the roof. He kicked off of the opposite wall and crashed into the first thug with his bow. There were shouts of confusion as the gang tried and failed to see their assailant in the dim lighting. Kuriko quickly made an exit for the women via whacking a thug over the head, making him drop like a stone. "Go to the nearest building and call for help," he'd barked, bringing up his weapon to block a punch from a thug. The women wasted no time, stepping over the unconscious thug and running out of the alley. "Do you have any idea who you're messing with?" one of the thugs threatened. "We're the big dogs, round here." He swung his fist in a sloppy left hook. Izuku ducked, feeling his hair ruffle from the swing. "I guess this counts as animal abuse then," he quipped, leaping up from his crouch to deliver a devastating uppercut to the thug's jaw. He looked to the remaining henchmen. "Anyone else?" he asked, leaning against his bow casually. The remaining thugs looked at their fallen leader, then to the casually vigilante, and practically scrambled past him to leave. After making sure they were gone, Izuku took out a notepad and a pen. Writing carefully, he tore off the note and placed it on the face of the head thug. Anyone that saw it would read, "For others got away, all have gang tattoos on their left arms, middle-aged. Look in a bar near the area, they're probably nursing their wounds." Stepping out of the alley, Kuriko saw the women from before staring at him from the entrance to a convenience store. "Are you all right?" he called out to them. They startled a little bit at being addressed, but nodded silently. "Stay safe, ladies." He gave them a 2-finger salute before running back into the alley, climbing the fire escape to get back to the roofs. Running back home, he felt his stomach growl. This vigilante stuff was hard work. The bar was relatively quiet, a few patrons nursing a mug of alcohol at their respective tables. Behind the bar cleaning a glass was a man shrouded in black mist. The man wore an elegant dress shirt with a striped tie, 5 metal plates going from his collarbone to below his eyes. The silence in the bar was broken, much like the glass that went flying into the wall, halfway disintegrated by the time it hit. Sighing, Kurojuri shot a withering look to the person who threw it. A gaunt-looking man with disembodied hands grabbing almost every part on his body started scratching frantically at his neck, hysterically wide eyes hidden by the hand covering his face. The man's mutterings were unintelligible as blood started to coat his fingertips. "Shigaraki, that's the 5th glass this week," Kurojiri stated, placing the glass he was cleaning down to sweep up the mix of broken glass and dust from the floor. "Another player's in the game." The man, Shigaraki, muttered. "Another player's in the game and I don't know which side they're on." The scratching grew more frantic, flakes of skin falling to the floor. Kurojiri peered at the newspaper laying on the table. "So, Kuriko's back, huh?" He let out a puff of air. "That doesn't bode well for our plans." He threw away the glass and dust he'd gathered and went back to the bar, picking the glass back up and wiping it with his rag. 4 years ago he had the lesser villains too scared to act. "Not good. Not good. Not good." Shigaraki started rambling. "Black foxes are tricky, too tricky to keep alive." Naomasa groaned, letting the case file in his hands land on the coffee table as he leaned back into the couch. Toshinori Yagi picked the file up, eyeing it with interest. "What's this?" "The latest vigilante activity." The detective muttered, staring at the ceiling. "All of it is Kuriko's copycat." Single. 1. Kuriko? That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Toshinori commented, opening the file and skimming through. "These are rather extensive." He noted as he continued to read. "When did they first show up?" "A week ago. He showed up a week ago. The guy's taking care of the problems before we can get to them. Half of the time he's the one telling people to call the cops." Naomasa sat back up, pinching the bridge of his nose. "The media is going nuts, asking questions even you heroes don't have answers to. Public opinion of the police of falling fast and we can't do anything about it. Have you tried setting a trap for this copycat?" Toshinori asked, closing the file and placing it back down on the coffee table. "And how would we go about doing that exactly? We can't predict when a crime will occur, and the only thing we know about him is that he always shows up at night." The detective sighed. "I'm sorry, Toshi, it's been a stressful few weeks." The blonde waved the apology away. "Not to worry, old friend, everyone has their share of tough times." He stated sagely. The file said he usually stepped in when the crime was in unpopulated places. Maybe you could have some criminals wander around the area and have backup ready to intervene? Naomasa froze. That actually might work." The detective cried, "Toshi, you're a genius." He stood up and started pacing around the coffee table as he went over prospective plans. "I live to serve." Toshinori commented dryly, letting his friend work out a plan as he became enveloped in his own thoughts. The last they'd seen of Kuriko had been years ago, when he'd been electrocuted by a villain. 5 years, the same amount of time since he'd fought against All for One and received a handicap on his quirk. The vigilante had been helpful back then, often giving information on the organized crime units for All Might to pass on to the police. In another life he might have even considered the Black Fox a friend, someone he could trust, but circumstance was a cruel mistress. Kuriko was on the wrong side of the law, and it was All Might's duty to apprehend all wrongdoers regardless of his personal opinion. He stared at the file, laying innocently on the table. "It seems like even the Kuriko has found a successor to his legacy, and I've yet to find mine." The knot that was Izuku's stomach wouldn't come undone as he sat in his room, anxiously waiting for his letter from Yue. Ida kept telling him that if he did fine, then Izuku would have done fine as well, due to going over the same subjects together. But the inner ball of anxiety that was Izuku Midoriya's brain would not be silenced by logical thought. "I failed, didn't I? That's why it's taking so long for the letter to get here. They failed me then sent it late on purpose to make me get my hopes up." Was the current train wreck of thought crashing through the teenager's head as he read online newsfeed in a vain attempt to distract himself. On another note, it seemed like his vigilante persona was all the talk on the news now. Everyone wanted to know one thing and one thing only: who was Kuriko? They'd probably be a bit disappointed to realize the infamous Black Fox was sitting in his room, trying not to freak out as it got later into the night and there was still no letter from Yui. He nearly leaped out of his skin when his phone vibrated loudly on the desk. Picking it up, Izuku read the text. Received 7:45 p.m. Hello, Izuku. It's Uraraka Ochako from the exams. Ida gave me your number once he realized I knew you. I hope you don't mind. Oh, Ochako, he'd nearly forgotten about the brunette in all honesty, his mind being occupied by more pressing matters. It's not like he meant to forget, but trying to avoid being stabbed by another run-of-the-mill mugger was a bit more important than a girl who'd stopped him from scraping his palms on concrete earlier that same day. Sent 7:46 p.m. Hello, Ochako. Have you gotten your letter yet? Received 7:48 p.m. I got in. How about you? Sent 7:49 p.m. I haven't gotten mine yet, I'm hopeful though. Received 7:50 p.m. You'll get in sure of it. Sent 7:51 p.m. If only I could have your confidence, Ochako. GTG, I think my mom just got the letter. Received 7:51 p.m. Good luck, laughing face. Izuku had just set the phone down when his mother burst into the room, letter clutched in hand. Izuku, she panted, breathlessly handing the letter over. Your letter came. He stared at the envelope resting innocently in his hands, oddly reminded of when Kuroda had left a letter after their first meeting 10 months ago. Carefully, Izuku opened the envelope, letting the casing fall to the floor as he opened the letter and started reading. Inko stood in suspense, watching her son for any giveaway signs of the letter's contents. When his shoulders started shaking, she brung him into a hug. Oh, Izuku, she whispered, I'm so sorry you didn't get in. Izuku sniffled. It's not that. He cried, breaking from the hug. So show her the letter. I got in, Mom. I got in. He let out a wet laugh as his mother took the letter and scanned through it herself. She laughed, tossing the letter aside in favor of enveloping her son in a crushing embrace. Izuku couldn't help the grin splitting his face, even when his face was pressed against his mother's shoulder. I got in. The rest of the night was spent celebrating his success. Laughter was abundant as the sheer glee of passing. Izuku fell asleep later that night, his dreams filled with the possibilities of the future. The next morning, Izuku ran like a man possessed to the warehouse, the euphoria from the night before lingering in his veins and fueling him more than adrenaline ever could. He nearly slid past the door when he skidded to a stop. Stepping in, he grinned when he saw the familiar outline of Kuroda standing with his back to Izuku. Good morning, Kuroda. Izuku greeted, nearly bouncing on his feet. His mentor and friend turned around. Whoa, kid, he said, walking over and placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder, effectively stopping him from rocking on his heels. You look like you mixed an energy drink with some coffee. What happened? I got into Yui. Izuku exclaimed, unable to contain the excitement anymore. It was practically buzzing in his bones. I passed the exam and dash. Kuroda placed a hand on Izuku's mouth, muffling the rambling. Congrats, kid. He congratulated. We can celebrate later. I have something to tell you. Maximum security level importance. Izuku shut his mouth, confusion adorning his features. What is it? The League of Villains, ever heard of them? Kuroda asked, turning away from Izuku and walking to the desk in the far corner of the warehouse. No. Izuku said cautiously, walking after his mentor. Should I have? If you haven't, it means they've been doing their job right, which isn't good for us. He opened a drawer and pulled out a folder. Basically, they're a group of overpowered villains that typically operate under the radar, but whenever they go on the radar, there's almost always a death count. He turned around and handed the folder to Izuku, who took it out of reflex. That's the information I gathered on a few of their more prominent members. It includes known abilities and possible weaknesses. Knowing you, this information will be in good hands. Not that I'm unthankful, Izuku began, But, why exactly are you giving this to me? You're gaining rising interest with the media. The League of Villains is bound to notice you, if they haven't already. Kuroda explained, when I was around, it became a hell of a lot harder for them to organize any attacks, so their opinion of me isn't exactly good. You took the mantle of Kuriko, that means you inherited all the things that come with it, grudges included. Izuku gulped, gazing at the folder. Oh. His mentor sighed. I'm sorry, I put a damper on the mood with my melodramatic tendencies. He suddenly grinned his familiar crooked grin. I know. We should go to the arcade to celebrate you getting into Yui. I'll even let you pick the game we compete on, though I'll obviously win. The teen smiled, feeling the weight previously on his shoulders lift ever so slightly. Wait a minute, he said. Who said you were gonna win? We haven't even picked a game. I'm just that good, kid. Kuroda stated. Oh, do I sense a challenge in those words? Izuku asked, raising a single eyebrow. You bet you do, Squirt. That's it, you're on. They had raced each other to the arcade, both trying to trip the other up on the way. True to his word, Kuroda had let Izuku pick the game they'd compete on, Pac-Man. He'd never admit it to the man, but Kuroda was scarily good at the older games. His hands were a blur half of the time as he maneuvered the characters. They played around until noon, then went back to the warehouse to train. Never let yourself get rusty, Kuroda had told him. The moment your skills dull, your enemies will sharpen. Practice went well into the afternoon, some of the spars lasting a good 30 minutes. Around 2, Kuroda dismissed Izuku. Being worn out from both the arcade and training, the teenager easily agreed, going home with the folder in hand. Once certain that the boy had left, Kuroda donned a hoodie and walked outside to his car. He had some business to attend to. The red light district of Japan wasn't a place for the weak of heart. Gunshots would ring out like the toll of a grandfather clock marking the hour. People yelled and hollered at one another from across the streets, hurling insults and slurs like food in a food fight. The sidewalks were littered with trash, homeless civilians often finding refuge in the stray boxes they find next to dumpsters. Kuroda paid these scenes no mind as he steadily drove down the street, resisting the urge to honk at the bums who wouldn't get out of the way. Jaywalkers, they were the absolute worst sometimes. Making a left, pulled up to a bar. The bouncer at the front was as intimidating as they came, all bulging muscles and pent-up aggression. The sign hanging above the mountain of a man read, "The Seamstress Stitch." Parking the car, Kuroda stepped out. He handed the bouncer a roll of bills. If anyone tries to damage the car, damage them. He instructed him. The man gave an eerie grin, pocketing the money and stepping aside to allow Kuroda access to the bar. The overwhelming scent of alcohol hit him like a wave, making his nose curl somewhat in disgust. Navigating through the sea of people ranging from somewhat buzzed to completely wasted, he somehow found the bar. Taking a seat, he held up a single finger. "1 cup of your weakest stuff." The bartender, a young man with horns sprouting from his head, smiled. "Not a fan of alcohol, or a lightweight?" he asked, passing a glass filled with amber liquid. "Mix of both," Kuroda admitted, sipping the drink and grimacing slightly. "Gets the job done though." He exchanged banter with the bartender for a while. Until someone sat down in the seat next to him. "Never thought I'd see the day you were witty." The newcomer, a woman with pitch black hair wearing a red dress, comments. "Always thought you were the strong and silent type." "Things change, seamstress," he said, decidedly not looking at her. "You got what I asked you for?" She smiled, red lips pulling back to expose annoyingly perfect teeth. "What kind of provider would I be if I didn't?" Kuroda felt a case hit his leg. "It's got all the features you asked for." She informed him, "Feel thankful it wasn't easy getting some of that stuff. I'll be thankful once it proves its use." He stood up, grabbing the case as he did so. "Until we meet again." She rolled her eyes. "You and your dramatics, I'll see you around." And with that he left the bar. He nodded to the bouncer when he saw that his car wasn't damaged and hopped in. Turning on the ignition, Kuroda pulled out and drove into the night, the case resting in the passenger seat. Izuku woke up before his alarm. Eyes shooting open, he practically hopped out of bed, eager to get ready for his first day of high school. His teeth were brushed at a speed that would have made his gums bleed if they weren't already accustomed to such treatment. The brush taken to his hair was merciless as it untangled any knots that appeared over the span of the night. Stepping out of the bathroom, Izuku made his way over to his closet and picked out his uniform. He thanked whatever deity was out there that the jacket and pants hid his form so well, nobody would ever suspect that Izuku Midoriya, resident nerd, would have muscles. From the mirror, he caught a glance at the file Kuroda had given him the day before, sitting on his desk. Walking over, he sat down at the desk, mentally preparing himself. Inside this folder was vital information on people that he will one day have to fight, people that will try to hurt him and others. He'll be dead if he didn't break these people and their quirks down like any other hero he did in the past. Opening the file, he began to read. Shigaraki Tamura, leader of the League of Villains. Quirk, disintegration. Defining features, disembodied hands all over his body, always has one covering his face. Gray hair, gaunt and thin. Watch out for. He acts childish, but he can figure out a weak spot in your defenses just by watching you fight. Spontaneity works best against someone like him, who relies on a plan of action. If you throw off his plans, you have a small window of time to attack, as he's too busy calculating a new plan to notice. Note, needs to have all 5 fingers touching something for it to disintegrate. Izuku took a brief moment to shudder at the description, someone who could destroy with a single touch, on the side of the villains? He was about to turn to the next page when his mother knocked on the door. Izuku? It's almost time for you to go, you don't want to be late on your first day of school. Coming, Mom. He replied hurriedly, closing the folder quickly and storing it in his desk. He'd have to finish reading it later. Breakfast was a fast affair, Izuku scarfing down the meal she'd made and darting through the door with a quick shout of, "Love you, Mom." The streets were fairly empty this early in the morning, people waking up and eating their breakfasts rather than being outside. Ultimately, this made it easier to get to school for him, as there was no one to maneuver around and avoid as he ran. He slowed down to a walk as the gates of Yui came into sight, a handful of students sharing his sentiment and arriving early. Izuku yelled in surprise when someone hugged him from behind, "Izuku!" A cheery, female voice practically yelled in his ear. Once released from the hug, he turned around to see Ochako, donned in the girl's Yui uniform and vibrating in excitement. "You got in. That's so great. I knew you could do it." He could feel his face getting red at the compliment. "Why yeah, sorry for not telling you yesterday. I thought well my family was celebrating with some close family friends." Him asking his mom tonight to invite Kuroda to dinner tomorrow meant that he was a family friend now, right? The explanation seemed to pass in Ochako's book, because her smile brightened. It's okay. My parents did the same thing with me." She pressed her hand together. "Isn't it great? We got into the school of our choice, and we did it all together." "Together?" "That is correct, Midoriya," Ida said, walking up from behind Ochako. "We were walking to school together when Ochako saw you walking in front of us and ran ahead." He explained. "Oh," he looked to the other students, who were walking into the school building. "We should probably head in, it wouldn't be good to be late on the first day, right?" His 2 friends agreed, walking side by side with him as they stepped past the gate and entered the academy. They parted ways in the hallway, Ochako giving him a hug and Ida wishing him luck in the general department. Standing in front of his classroom, Izuku took a deep breath before grabbing the handle and opening the door. The classroom was eerily quiet, the light filtering in from outside the only source of illumination. Izuku's eyes immediately locked on to the only other student in the room. It was the boy from the exam, Shinso Hitoshi. The blue-haired boy's face was buried into the crook of his arm as he slept, his back rising and falling in accordance to the deep, even breaths Izuku could hear from the doorway. Quietly, Izuku closed the door behind him. Easing into a seat, he silently took out a notebook and a pencil, electing to brainstorm a plan of action against the so-called League of Villains. His pencil scratched the paper furiously as he jotted down idea after idea. Izuku's head shot up when he heard a yawn from the sleeping boy, who raised his head and rubbed his eyes groggily. It took him a moment to notice Izuku, Yet when he did, his only reaction was a slight widening of sleep-deprived eyes. "Oh," the boy murmured, "it's you from the exams? Midoriya, right?" Izuku nodded. "And you're Shinso." The boy snorted rather unceremoniously. "Surprised you even bothered to remember my name," he commented, lifting his feet to rest on the desk. "Considering I just wrote you off before the exam. I'm used to the cold shoulder," he replied easily, closing the notebook and pocketing his pencil. People don't really want to talk to the quirkless kid, not if they want to be cool. That seemed to get the other boy's attention. "You're quirkless?" Shinso asked, sitting up and looking at Izuku like his was some sort of rare specimen. At Izuku's nod of confirmation, he leaned back. "With my quirk, I almost wish I was quirkless. Anything would be better than being written off as a villain." Izuku felt his curiosity spark. "What's your quirk? It can't be that bad, can it?" he asked, leaning forward on his desk. Shinso seemed to regard him for a moment. "It's brainwashing," he eventually said, subconsciously leaning away from Izuku. "I can control anyone that verbally replies to me, and they'd forget about it after I break my hold on them." He gave the green-haired boy a sidelong glance, expecting revulsion or even fear. What he didn't expect was the burst of excitement that arose from him. "Really?" Izuku asked, eyes alight. "That's amazing, Shinso." Geek side taking over, he started to ramble. "Think about it. With your quirk you could subdue a villain without even fighting them, preventing any collateral damage. If you could control a crowd like that, then evacuations would go a lot smoother than they would normally, and dash. Do you always go off on someone's quirk like this? Or am I just special?" The wavy-haired boy questioned, giving Izuku a strange look. Izuku felt himself go red. "And no, it's just I usually say all that inside my head," he muttered, looking at his hands in embarrassment. He was a vigilante. He took down criminals with a swing of a bow staff, but social interaction? That was and will always be his weakness. "Sorry about that." Shinso blinked, caught off guard by the sudden apology. "Nah, it's fine." He smirked. "Besides, if you really talk this much, then it'll be easier to brainwash you." The blue-haired boy had honestly been expecting a reaction to that, but all he got was a tentative smile. "Throughout this whole conversation, you haven't tried to brainwash me once. I think I'll be safe," Izuku said. "Besides, birds of a feather flock together, right?" Shinso had to let out a chuckle at that. The quirkless kid and the kid with the villain quirk, what a team we make. Any other chance at conversation was ended when the bell rang and the other students started filing in. But throughout the school day, they'd share a look and smile. Maybe this wasn't going to be so bad after all. The first half of the day seemed to pass quickly, time seeming to fly in the classroom. Though that might have been just for Izuku, who spent the time alternately taking notes and inwardly freaking out at the amount of heroes teaching them. Seriously, how did they even have time to teach, not to mention do all the paperwork involved, and still have time to do heroic things? Forget the League of Villains' motives, this was the real mystery here. He let out a relieved sigh as the bell rang, releasing everyone to lunch. Their English teacher, present Mike, told them their homework as they filed out of the room, eager to eat. "That guy's a piece of work," Shinso commented, suddenly appearing next to Izuku as they walked to the cafeteria. "Can't deny that he's a good hero, though." Izuku nodded, mentally noting to include earplugs in his vigilante arsenal. It wouldn't do to run into present Mike on the streets and be unprepared. Actually, he'd need to add several things to his arsenal, considering all of the teachers in Yui were heroes. This situation just got better by the goddamn minute, didn't it? The cafeteria was massive, 30 tables being taken up by hungry, chattering students and still with more tables to be filled. Shinso and Izuku both went to the lunch line, gabbing trays and looking at the menu. He really shouldn't have been surprised that the cooking hero, Lunch Rush, was working at Yui as well, but today just seemed to be full of surprises for poor Izuku. He let out a groan as he sat down at an empty table, pushing his lunch tray to the side in favor of resting his forehead on the table. "You seem to be having fun," Shinso commented, picking up his chopsticks and beginning to eat his plate of noodles. "What, you already brain dead? Hate to break it to you, Midoriya, but we still have the other half of the day to finish, and the rest of the school year after that. Izuku turned his head to face his nude. What does he call Shinso anyways? A friend? An acquaintance? Leave me be, he groaned. I'm most of my life admiring these heroes, and here I am getting taught by them. My brain needs some time to comprehend. The blue-haired boy shrugged and went back to his meal. A tray hit the seat in front on him with a loud smack, making his head shoot up. It was only Shinsu's hand grabbing the front of his shirt that kept him from falling to the floor. Hey, Izuku. Ochako beamed, Ida taking a seat next to her. Who's this? She asked, looking at Shinso curiously. Izuku cleared his throat. Ochako Ida, this is Shinso, my classmate. He introduced. Shinso, these are my friends Ida and Ochako. The brunette waved cheerfully to the blue-haired boy, who awkwardly waved back. It is relieving to see that you have made friends in your own class, Midoriya. Ida said, taking a sip of his drink. Ochako was particularly concerned about that. The girl in question blushed pink. It's only because you're so nice, she exclaimed. People might try to take advantage of that. Shinso nodded. She's got a point. He said, you, he pointed at Izuku with his chopsticks, are much too nice. People are gonna walk all over you if you aren't be careful. Izuku opened his mouth, ready to argue when a familiar pair of hands slammed down on the tabletop. Like now. Deku, Bakugo snarled, leaning over his hands and into the boy's personal space. What the F are you doing? Midoriya stiffened, hunching his shoulders as he sank into his chair. I was eating lunch with us, Shinso cut in, giving the blonde a bored look. Until you interrupted us. The better question is why are you here? Ida and Ochako nodded in agreement. Yeah, he wasn't doing anything to you and you just started yelling at him, Bakugo. She stated, giving him a disapproving frown. That's not very polite, you know. I agree with Shinso and Ochako on this matter, Ida said, fixing the hothead with a stern gaze. Your behavior is entirely inappropriate as a fellow member of Class 1A. Inappropriate? Bakugo asked. Irritated, he flipped Izuku's lunch tray, the contents flying across the cafeteria floor. I'll show you inappropriate you dash. Hey Kaken. The monotone voice of Shinso said. What, you dash? Bakugo seemed to slump, his fire in his eyes going out like a candle. Go to your table. When you snap out of it, you won't bother Midoriya at lunch ever again. The blue-haired teen stated, watching almost smugly as the blonde complied, his gait stiff and unnatural. Izuku let out an odd tone. That's the first time I've seen you use your quirk. His hands practically flew to his pockets, pulling out a notebook and pencil. Do you always have to have them reply instantly to you, or can it be delayed? The uses for that would be dash. Shinso held a hand up, his eyes wide. You're not that scared? He sounded genuinely confused. Why would I be? Izuku questioned, head bent and scribbling notes frantically. Ida nodded, factually stating, Midoriya's correct. You used your quirk to defend him from an aggressor. You wouldn't be found at fault in school court as you used it in defense. Ochako turned to Izuku, trying to change the topic. How do you know Bakugo, anyways? She asked. I was wondering the same thing. Ida admitted, turning his focus to the freckled boy, who was trying to shrink even more into his seat. Ditto. Shinso stated, eager to have the attention on his quirk diverted to Izuku. The green-haired boy swallowed thickly. That was Kaken, we used to be childhood friends. Shinso raised his thin eyebrows. That must have been one hell of a fallout then, because that guy looked like he was ready to hurt you. The other two at the table nodded in agreement. Enough of that, Ochako stated, picking up half of a sandwich from her tray and handing it to him. You need to eat, Izuku, it's not healthy to skip meals. He nodded, taking a bite of the food while Ida ranted about proper nutrition and Shinso continued to eat. All in all, it was a pretty good lunch PRD. After lunch, the students were given a free PRD. Ida and Ochako went to their classroom, talking about doing some of their homework so they wouldn't have to do as much at home, and Shinso had told him he wanted to take a nap, so Izuku was effectively alone for the next 30 minutes or so. Stepping outside, he took a deep breath of air, welcoming the chill it brought with it, and began to walk. His steps slowed to a halt when he saw a large tree, the branches hanging low and an indent perfect for sitting in. The tree was practically begging him to climb it. One issue though, he's never climbed a tree before. Plus ultra, right? He muttered to himself, stepping forward and grabbing the first branch. He let out a sound of triumph as he sat himself down in the nook between two branches, the leaves parting to let slivers of warm sunlight hit his body. As he sat in the tree, watching students pass under him without so much as looking up, his thoughts started to wander. Fighting the league of villains on the streets and hiding under the heroes' noses in the day. He couldn't help but snort at the craziness of it all. What a life I live. Excuse me? Young man? A voice spoke up. What are you doing in this tree? Izuku startled, losing his balance and beginning to fall. He immediately maneuvered himself so he'd fall on his feet, crouching low as his knees absorbed the impact. Standing up, he dusted his pants off and looked to the person who spoke, only for his jaw to go slack. Standing right in front of him was the number one hero, the one that told him to give up on being a hero, All Might. Izuku couldn't see the man's eyes in this form, but he was almost certain they widened in recognition. Ah, you're the lad from the slime incident almost a year ago. The hero exclaimed. Midoriya Izuku, wasn't it? All Might let out a gaudy bout of laughter. It's good to see you again, my boy. Izuku scrambled for words like a toddler looking for blocks to build a tower. Thank you, All Might. He finally managed to say, closing his still gaping mouth with a click. It's an honor to see you again. He bowed low, keeping his head stubbornly facing the ground, away from the number one's gaze. Meanwhile, Toshinori stood awkwardly. How exactly was he supposed to interact with a student that he'd told should think realistically and stop trying to be a hero? How have you been, my boy? He added in his mind, watching the boy as he tried to reply. I've been doing well, sir. Izuku said, curling his toes in anxiety. I really have to go now. Class is about to start and I don't want to be late. Goodbye, All Might. He then made like a bat out of hell, darting inside the school building as fast as he could. The irony was almost too much, the number one hero making small talk with the student of the number one vigilante. Hopefully, he won't have to do that again anytime soon, or ever, preferably. Back outside, the blonde hero sighed. At least he's not trying to be a hero anymore. He said to himself, turning around and making his way to Class 1A. He's safer this way. Anything I should be aware of before I head out? Izuku asked Kuroda, sliding on his knee pads. You know, supervillains out for my head, secret crime rings I need to bust, that sort of stuff. The older man leaned against the wall, his arms crossed. I don't know about secret crime rings, but the League of Villains is going to make a move soon. He admitted grimly, within the next few weeks, most likely. Izuku paused, his bow's 3 pieces held in his hand. Any details? He asked. Location? Targets? Kuroda shook his head. All I know is that they're spreading the word, gathering some small fry fishes for cannon fodder. He admitted, though my gut's telling me it'll be at Yui. His blood briefly turned to ice. It's in the next few weeks, right? He almost demanded. That's what my sources tell me. Kuroda said, walking over to tie Izuku's mask on. And by the way, I've got the new suit. He finished the knot and stepped away. But I'll have to test its durability first. No way in hell am I letting you go out in armor I'm not 100% confident in. And when will that be? Izuku questioned, checking to make sure all of his weapons and utilities were in place and secure. At least a week, but definitely before the League's attack. Kuroda stated, crossing his arms. Be safe out there, kid. I will. Izuku replied, making his way to the back door. You know me, King of Safety. I do know you, Prince of Idiocy, he deadpanned. This is why I worry in the first place. Izuku laughed, taking a mock bow before leaving through the back door and letting it bang shut behind him. Alone in the warehouse, Kuroda sighed and rubbed a hand over his scar. Just be careful, I don't want you to end up like me. Tonight's patrol was going almost boringly slow. Kuroda's sources were right, There wasn't hide nor hair of any small-time villains as he ran over the rooftops. Taking a break, he sat on the ledge of a convenience store and rubbed his arms. Might have to ask Kuroda for a coat too. He muttered, feeling the warmth of his breath create precipitation inside his mask. His head whipped to the left as he heard something, a few beer cans smashing against a wall. Curious, Izuku stood up, following the noise to a back alley with almost no lighting. The visibility was poor, but he could make out two debunked figures about to get into a fight with one another. Sighing, Izuku dropped into the alley, catching both of the inebriated men's attention. "I'm only gonna say this once," he stated, walking over to the men while twirling his bow, "break up the fight and call someone to take you home." Warning bells started going off in his head when the two men, who should have been drunk off their buttes, stood up straight. What set off the alarm in his head was one of them pulling out a radio while the other took out a taser and leveled it at his chest. "Japan Police Department." The one with the weapon yelled, "Drop your weapon and put your hands behind your head." The other officer started talking into his radio, calling for backup. Izuku held his hands up, the bow staff dropping to the concrete floor with a clatter. "You've got me," he said in a faux deep voice, "don't shoot." Unseen by the officers, his elbow was putting pressure on his utility belt, right on his smoke screens. The officer holding the taser took his eyes off of Izuku, looking at the officer that came up to tell him that backup was on the way. Taking the opening, Izuku jabbed his side, rupturing the casing on the smokescreen and covering the alley in a fog so thick the officers couldn't see a foot in front of them. Izuku quickly dropped to the ground, hearing the thwip of the taser flying above him. Rolling to the side, he grabbed his bow and bolted out of the alley, leaving the confused officers to their shouting. Making a quick left, Izuku leaped onto a dumpster, using it to propel his jump to the roof of the building it was up against. His hands caught the edge of the roof, and he lifted himself up with a practiced ease. Police sirens screamed in his ears as he ran, legs working furiously to put as much distance between him and the ambush site as possible. He skid to a stop when a shadowed figure leapt onto the roof in front of him. From the light below them, Izuku could make out wooden arms and a helmet. Kamui Wood stood before Kuriko, his fingers branching outwards like tendrils of spiderwebs. "Never thought I'd get the chance to subdue the Kuriko," the hero commented, "even if it is just his copycat." The man lunged, swinging his branch-like arms in a wide arc. Izuku leaped up, using the branches as a springboard to fly over the wooden hero's head. "The feeling's the same," Izuku said in the fake deep voice, dodging yet another branch. "I never thought I'd be fighting a tree." The hero let out a growl, and Izuku let out a laugh as he leaped to another roof and ran, Kamui following him doggedly. "Then again," he continued, leading the hero into a familiar part of the city. "This life is full of surprises, isn't it? Enough playing around." Kamui growled, "You're nothing more than a copycat. The real Kuriko is dead, electrocuted 4 years ago." Izuku didn't reply. Instead he ran through plans of action in his head. Kamui Woods always fought at a distance, using the branch extensions from his arms to fight rather than using his actual body, yet if Izuku tried to bring the fight to Kamui, the branches would trap him and he'd be caught. The Vigilante suddenly remembered a note he'd written down about the hero chasing after him. Kamui's quirk, lumber, let him control the wood on his body, but that didn't necessarily mean that it was part of him. Experimentally, he swung his bow at an incoming branch, cracking it with the force of the hit. A quick glance to the wooden hero showed no pain, only annoyance as he leaped from rooftop to rooftop. Whenever something looking suspiciously like wood came into his sight, he swung his staff and broke it, making Kamui use precious time and energy to regenerate the broken material. A quick look to the streets confirmed that Izuku was where he wanted to be, and he smirked, reaching the end of that roof. With a whoop of exhilaration, he dropped from the rooftops and into the alleys. Izuku started sprinting the moment he hit the floor, weaving in and out of the passageways like second nature. He could hear the hero's breaths becoming labored, his stamina draining from both chasing Izuku and regenerating the wood that he kept breaking. Turning into the next alley, he held himself against the wall, readying his bow. When the steps of the hero came closer and closer, Izuku waited till the last possible second to swing the staff. His timing worked perfectly, Kamui ran into the alley right as he swung, making a vicious crack. As the wood of the hero's helmet collided with the steel bow, Izuku caught the hero as he went down, thoroughly unconscious. He laid the man down gently, and was about to leave for home when the radio on Kamui's belt went off. "Kamui Woods, what is your status? We've lost visual." A level voice spoke from the speaker. Izuku said, looking at the unconscious hero laying sprawled on the flute. "He's a little bit busy being knocked out at the moment. Can I take a message?" The reply was delayed, probably working out just who was speaking to him. "Is it safe to assume that I'm speaking to the copycat?" The voice asked cautiously. Oh great, the police were calling him a copycat. Kuroda had told him that was the more likely possibility, but it still stung a little. "I take offense to that." Izuku huffed. "I'm Kuriko." He paused, thinking up a reasonable lie. "I was the previous Kuriko's student before he died. I'm just picking up where he left off." "Yeah, that should work." Half-truths, a man's best friend. "I am Naomasa Tsukachi, lead detective on your case." The voice, Naomasa, introduced. "Were you expecting me to tell you my name?" Izuku asked the radio. "Nice try. Anyways, I gotta make myself scarce." He paused, debating whether or not he should say the next thing in his head. "And by the way, tell the heroes to be on guard. Villains aren't prowling around as much. They're gathering for something. I'll tell you when I know what." He'd have to wrap this up fast. He could hear the sirens closing in. "Now, as much as I would like to stay and chat to you face to face, I have some work to do. See ya." He dropped the walkie-talkie and began to make his way home. He let out a curse when he saw the time. 8:30, he was late. "Izuku. Oh, thank goodness you're all right." His mother fretted when he stepped through the doorway. "What happened? Was there a villain attack?" Izuku laughed nervously. "Yeah, I got a little bruised, that's all." "I'm okay, Mom. I'm sorry I made you worry." She smiled sweetly, holding his shoulders. "Oh, honey, I'm just glad you're okay." She practically dragged him to the dinner table, grabbing some leftovers and placing them into the microwave. "Hey, Mom?" he asked once she'd placed the reheated dinner in front of him. Can Kuroda come over for dinner tomorrow?" "Of course," Inko said, watching as Izuku dug into his dinner with a fervor. "Do you know any of his favorite dishes?" she asked. He swallowed the last bite of his dinner. I'll ask him," Izuku said, standing up to place the finished dinner plate into the sink. "I have to do some homework. I love you, Mom." He rushed to his room, closing the door as he ran past it. Izuku dropped his school bag on the floor and pulled out his phone. Sent 8:46 p.m. "Hey, I asked my mom if you could have dinner with us because I didn't tell a girl I'm friends with I got into UE the day after, and I said we were celebrating with a family friend and my mom said yes. So, what's your favorite dish?" Received 8:49 p.m. "That you're a mess, kid." Sent 8:50 p.m. "I'm aware of this, yes." Sent 8:50 p.m. "So are you going to make me a liar or not? Because I'd prefer the latter." Received 8:52 p.m. "My favorite dish is negima yakitori." "See you tomorrow night, kid." Received 8:54 p.m. "And there was a report on the police's attempt to catch Kuriko. Way to be subtle, kid. Nice touch with knocking out a pro hero. I'm so proud." Izuku winced, reminded of his promise to be careful. Well, that promise had been broken like a pocky stick. Pocketing the phone, he picked his backpack back up and took out his homework. He could worry about dinner with his mentor later. He had English homework to do. The school day passed in a blur, most of the kids talking about the failed police ambush the night before. Rumors were flying more than birds during migration, and Izuku had found himself wanting to slam his face on the desk more than once when he overheard some of the gossip. The rumor saying that Kuriko had a black foxtail was by far the most far-fetched, but it still wasn't the end of the day and the rumors were still passing around, becoming even more ridiculous and outlandish with every person that retold them. If Shinso noticed his distress, he didn't call him out on it, which was something he was eternally grateful for. Instead, his light blue-haired friend, he was still hesitating to call him that, would simply look at the perpetrators and they'd shut up, unwilling to be brainwashed by the future villain. "I still find it unfair that they call you that." Izuku voiced his opinion to Shinso as they picked up their lunch. They're judging you based on your quirk, they're not even giving you a chance. It didn't go unnoticed by the freckled teen that when they walked to their table, murmurs seemed to follow in their wake. I could say the same about you, Shinso replied, yawning as they sat down at the table. Some of them are so high and mighty about having a quirk they won't even talk to you. That seems pretty unfair to me. He took a bite of his lunch, then said though his mouth full, let's just agree that people are unfair and move on from it. When Ida and Ochako showed up at the table, they talked about the morning's events for both classes. Shinso and Izuku listened eagerly as the two from the heroics department retold their adventures. You should have seen it, Ida was acting like an actual villain. Ochako exclaimed, it was so convincing. He was all like, I won't allow you to secure the bomb. Then he starts laughing maniacally. Ida blushed, pushing up his glasses as he cleared his throat. But Kugu was a terrible partner. He stated, he ran headfirst to the enemy, who'd split up. If it was a real encounter with a villain, he would have to communicate more. Izuku smiled sheepishly, yeah, that sounds like Kaken all right. He said, staring into his soup. He'd more the type to explode first and ask questions later. Literally. Enough about school. Ochako stated, have you guys heard about the incident with Kuriko? Izuku let out a pitiful sound. That's all I have heard about today. He complained, why are people so interested in a vigilante? Ida nodded, I have to agree with Midoriya. He stated, a vigilante is still a criminal, it wouldn't be good for anyone in the heroics department to be caught supporting Kuriko. The rest of lunch was spent in an awkward silence. Midoriya's thoughts were running a mile a minute. He had people that supported what he was doing? Not his goal, but it felt kind of nice. Meanwhile, Ida's words had made his opinion on vigilantes clear. He didn't want to think about how his first friend in Yui would react if he ever found out his secret. He was snapped out of his reverie by Shinso, Aya, Earth to Midoriya, who was waving a hand in front of his face. Oh good, you're back among the living. Lunch is over, let's get back to class. Izuku said nothing, only nodding dumbly and walking with Shinso to put away his tray. Okay, how about this? Hello, Mrs. Midoriya, thank you for inviting me into your home. Kuroda looked to his student, who shook his head. You sound like a tax collector. Izuku commented, sitting on the desk as Kuroda paced back and forth in front of him. Calm down, just act natural. The man let out a nervous laugh. Oh yeah, he said, act natural. Because absolutely everything is natural about this situation. He started listing the issues. Me, a middle-aged Japanese Native American who just so happens to be the former #1 vigilante, is about to go have dinner with his student, a 15-year-old high schooler attending the best hero academy in Japan, and his mother, whom he's never met face-to-face until tonight. Kuroda threw his hands up into the air. I'm doomed. Izuku bit his lip. Well, when you say it like that, it seems impossible. He hopped off of the desktop, walking towards Kuroda to place his hands on the older man's shoulders. Think about it from my mom's perspective. She, a single mother, is about to meet the man kind enough to teach her only son, who's quirkless, how to defend himself. He pat Kuroda's shoulder before stepping back. I think that would be a bit easier to pull off when see it from that viewpoint. Kuroda sighed, placing a hand on Izuku's head and ruffling the already messy hair. Thanks, kid. I'm still a bit worried on how she'll react to this. He gestured to the right side of his face. It's not exactly a pretty sight. More than one mother's pulled their kid to the other side of the street when they saw me. Those are other moms, this is my mom, the teenager said in absolute confidence, and she'd never judge someone's personality by their appearance. Well, that's a relief, because have you seen what I'm wearing? He gestured to his outfit, a blue polo with a matching black belt and dark brown pants. Because I look like a complete mook. Nah, Izuku denied, flicking his hand. Not a complete mook, probably 50% mook, maybe 45, but only if you're lucky. Kuroda rolled his eyes. Okay, smart but, he said, wrapping an arm over the teen's shoulders and starting to walk. Let's get to your house, your mom's probably waiting. Definitely waiting. Izuku stated. The two left the warehouse, letting the doors shut behind them. The walk was brief, both being eager to get to dinner. Yet as they stood in front of Izuku's front door, Kuroda hesitated. "Are you sure you want to do this?" he asked, looking to Izuku. "We could always say I got sick." Izuku crossed his arms. "Kuroda, you are knocking on that door, or so help me, I will drag you in." He gave his mentor a sincere look. "You helped me become strong, and became someone that I can rely on. At least let me give something in return, please." His mentor looked to him, then the door. He sighed, lifting a hand to firmly knock 3 times on the wood. Izuku's mother opened the door, taking in the sight of the two of them. Izuku, still in his school uniform, and Kuroda, who suddenly straightened his back to improve his posture. "You must be Nagaki," she stated, holding a hand out to him, not even staring at his scar. "I simply can't thank you enough for helping my Izuku." She stepped aside, opening up the doorway. "Please, come in, make yourself at home." "Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya," Kuroda said politely, stepping in and looking around. "You have a very nice home, Izuku," he commented, turning to face his student. "Very spacious." "So, Nagaki," Inko began, herding the 2 males to the dinner table. He and Kuroda sat down next to each other, stomachs growling at the sight of so much food. "Izuku told me that you lived in America the last few years?" Kuroda hesitated until the teenager beside his nudged him from under the table. "That's correct, ma'am." He began hesitantly. "America had the best recovery hospitals for the accident that gave me, well, this." He gestured to his scar. "Oh my goodness," Inko began, covering her mouth as her face went slightly red. "I didn't mean to bring up such bad memories for you." She apologized. Kuroda waved the apology off. "It's quite all right, Mrs. Midoriya. You didn't know." The air grew tense and heavy, nearly suffocating as they all sat there, not knowing what to do. Izuku cleared his throat awkwardly. "Let's dig in, shall we?" he suggested, picking up some of the yakitori sitting on the plate in front of him. The 2 adults agreed and dug in. Kuroda's face positively lit up once he had his first mouthful of the chicken. "This tastes amazing, Mrs. Midoriya," he exclaimed after he had swallowed the mouthful of food. "What did you use for the recipe?" Inko's green eyes lit up. "Well," she began, "the secret lies in what you do with the soy sauce dash." The rest of the dinner was spent with the 2 adults talking avidly about cooking recipes. Izuku watched the interaction, a growing smile on his face as he saw his mentor and friend opening up more to his mother. By the me of dinner, all 3 of them had full bellies and happy smiles. When Izuku's mother went to get a plastic container for Kuroda, he turned to Izuku. "Hey, kid," he began, coughing awkwardly into his fist. "I just wanted to say thank you." "For what?" Kuroda looked at the plastic container Inko had just placed in front of him, the insides steaming up from the residual heat of the meal. "For everything." Izuku heard the crowd before he saw it. The sound of questions being yelled could be heard a street block away. Curious, Izuku peeked from the side of a building to assess the situation. And what a situation it was. Reporters from all sorts of news companies were gathered in front of Yui, dragging unsuspecting students into impromptu interviews. He watched as Ito was dragged into one such interview, but ignored once he went off on a long, scarily articulate speech. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he turned the corner and walked to the gate. The reporters spotted him on his way in and swarmed him, practically fighting each other to ask their questions. Izuku couldn't move, there were so many. "What do you think of having All Might teaching at Yui? What is All Might like as a teacher? Aren't you one of the boys involved in the slime incident a year ago?" Izuku held his hand up, trying to get them to quiet down. The clamor abated slightly, but some were now murmuring to other reporters about the last question. In his peripheral, he could see other students taking advantage of the news people focusing on him to sneak in without getting interviewed. Good for them, they beat the system. "I have no opinion on All Might teaching at Yui," Izuku began, pausing for emphasis and to give the other students more time to get on campus. "As for what he's like as a teacher, I wouldn't know that." A female reporter piped up above the general talk. "Why not?" she questioned, the cameraman turning to focus on Izuku's face, microphones being shoved into his face for his answer. Izuku allowed the brief stab of annoyance outweigh his anxiety. Because I'm not in the heroics department, he stated curtly, channeling some of his alter ego's confidence. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get to class. The crowd parted as he walked past, back straight and eyes level. Someone grabbed the back on his arm. We still have K-, the man had started to say, before Izuku whipped around, freeing his arm. He was about to put the man in a wristlock, but a teacher appeared out of nowhere. Izuku briefly noted that it was his exam proctor, Aizawa. The scruffy man gave the reporter an annoyed look, saying, "It's against the law to use force to keep someone in an interview, even more so when the person being interviewed is a minor." The reporters flinched back at the prohero's words as I'd scalded by boiling water. Aizawa gave a glance to Izuku, then turned around, walking back onto the campus. "Come on, brat, we don't have all day." The teenage boy wasted no time following after the teacher, jumping in surprise when he heard a resounding bang behind him. Looking back, Izuku saw the gateway was now sealed by several layers of metal barricades. "So this Yui's level of security," he murmured, "unreal." Unseen by the young vigilante, a gray-haired man in a black hoodie stood across the street outside the school. My, how interesting," he commented, raising a hand to scratch at the scabbing skin on his neck. "What an unexpected pawn." The school day's regular events were interrupted by class elections, which were an entire ordeal on their own. Everyone in the class wanted to be the president or co-president, and nothing else. Izuku sat back in his chair, observing the chaos that was his class with an air of morbid fascination. He caught Shinso sneaking to the back of the class, quietly sliding into the chair next to him. "I feel like we're in a nature documentary." The insomniac said, "This crazy, our classmates are crazy." Izuku nodded, watching as the insanity died down somewhat when the teacher told them to behave. Somehow, the class had eventually managed to pick the roles of student council with no injuries and/or casualties. The teacher, worn out from the students' antics, looked ready to cry in relief as they released the students to lunch. They'd sat at their table, greeting Ida and Ochako when they arrived, and talked about the class elections. Ochako was retelling her class's events when an alarm went off throughout the school, making several students cover their ears at the sheer volume. Over the blaring siren, a voice could be heard. "Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please promptly evacuate." "Level 3? What's that?" Ochako asked, looking around in confusion. An older student was quick to answer, "It means that somebody's infiltrated the campus. This hasn't happened in years." The moment those words were heard, an all-encompassing panic encased the students. Everybody was rushing for the main exit of the cafeteria, pushing and shoving to get themselves out faster than anybody else. Curious, Izuku looked out the cafeteria window, trying to see if he could spot the intruder. He didn't find them, but what he did find made his stomach roll and his heart skip a beat. The gates, once sealed by numerous reinforced steel barriers, had a gaping hole in them, dust laying in a massive pile around the previously impenetrable barrier. "Shigaraki Tamura." He whispered fearfully, so enveloped in his own thoughts he didn't even notice Ida taking control of the situation. His breathing started to become uneven, he couldn't get air, he couldn't breathe. He nearly judo flipped the owner of the hand that touched his shoulder, instead opting to pin them against the window, eyes full-blown with terror. Shinso blinked at Izuku, wide-eyed and his eyebrows raised as the freckled teen released him. "Midoriya?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. "What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong." He struggled to get the words out, his throat locking up at the most inopportune times. I can't breathe." He wheezed, chest rising and falling at a rapid pace. "I can't dash." A sudden wave of calm washed over Izuku, glazing his eyes over and clouding his thoughts somewhat. "I'm sorry, Midoriya," Shinso apologized, "but this was the only way I could have calmed you down. Now, take deep breaths, count 4 seconds before each breath." As Izuku followed the commands, the other boys started to guide him out of the cafeteria and into the hallway. "I'm taking you to the nurse," he informed, ignoring the looks other students gave them as they walked by. Recovery Girl looked up from her work when he and Izuku walked in, Shinso releasing his control over the teen next to him. In his state of oxygen-deprived delirium, Izuku almost mistook the nurse for Mrs. Fujioko. "Goodness, child," the Fujioko lookalike said, standing up from her desk to check on Izuku. "What happened to him?" she asked Shinso, going into medical mode. He took a step away from Izuku and the nurse, letting her continue her examination as he hesitantly said, "Pretty sure it was a panic attack, recovery girl. He said he couldn't breathe and his heart rate was really high." Izuku didn't protest when the old lady guided him to a set of chairs, where he gratefully took a seat. "You did the right thing bringing him here, sweetheart," he told Shinso, who now looked ready to run out of the nurse's office. Recovery girl turned to Izuku, whose foot was tapping furiously on the office floor. "You poor thing," she sympathized, going over to the mini fridge under her desk and pulling out a can of fizzy juice. "Here, this should help with the exhaustion," she stated, handing him the cold drink. "Can you tell me what triggered the anxiety for you, dearie?" Well, Izuku certainly couldn't tell them that they had the leader of the League of Villains, which they didn't even know existed, at their doorstep just minutes before. The cafeteria was in a panic, he lied smoothly. "I don't really like it when people crowd me, it brings up memories I'd rather forget." Recovery girl nodded sympathetically. "Well, regardless, you have a wonderful friend here, Midoriya." She turned to Shinso, but he was gone, the office door swinging slightly before shutting. "Don't worry," she told Izuku, "I'm sure he just needed to get to class." "Yeah," Izuku said, remembering the guilty look on his friend's face. "He just needed to get to class." He ended up being dismissed early, deemed by Recovery Girl to be too upset from his panic attack to continue the school day. Awkwardly, Izuku walked into class and handed his note to the teacher. He read it then nodded, saying, "You're dismissed, Midoriya. Grab your things quickly." He nodded, hurriedly walking past his classmates and grabbing his book bag. He spotted Shinso, who was looking at him from the corner of his eyes. The teenager honestly wished that he could say something, anything, to his friend, but he didn't have much time and it certainly wasn't the place. How would his other classmates react to him saying, "It's okay that you brainwashed me"? So he just picked up his bag and got out of the room as fast as he could. He didn't go home, instead he made his way to the warehouse. Kuroda had said before that he was planning to move furniture in, make the place a bit more comfortable for the two of them. Sure enough, the man was pushing a couch into place when he walked in. "You're early," he stated, finishing moving the couch with a final grunt. "Did something happen?" "Shigaraki Tamura was at my school today." Kuroda's head whipped around to look at Izuku. "What?" he snapped, forgetting the furniture in favor of rushing over to the teenager, checking frantically for wounds. "Were you hurt?" He shook his head, eyed wide. "I'm fine, Kuroda." He just disintegrated the gate, keeping some crazed reporters out. He bit his lip, debating on whether or not to voice what was on his mind. "Kuroda, I think we should tell the Hero Association what we know about the League of Villains." His mentor froze. "Okay, now I know you got hit on the head," he said slowly, "because we can't tell them this. They just ignore us." He turned to the next piece of furniture, a coffee table, and picked it up, moving close to the couch. Izuku clenched his fist, the image of the gate at Yui, once seemingly impenetrable, laying in its own dust playing in his head. "People are going to get hurt if we don't." Izuku raised his voice, echoing in the warehouse. "They have no idea that the League still exists. How can they prepare for a threat they're not aware of?" "They'll have to deal, Izuku," Kuroda stated, an underlying steel in the words. "That's what they do." "Drop it." "Not until you tell me the real reason you're against me telling them." "Drop it, kid." Kuroda growled. Izuku dug his heels in. "No, Kuroda, I won't. Not until you tell me why." Kuroda whirled around, standing at his full height. "Because the moment you start leaking information to the heroes, the League will send its best to kill you." His mentor roared, marching towards Izuku. "You're not ready to handle their best. Not now, maybe not ever." Izuku held his ground, even when Kuroda loomed right in front of him. He didn't give a single inch. "What are you trying to say?" His tone was quiet, but just as strong as Kuroda's. The man sighed. "I'm sorry, Izuku, but they have quirks that make them faster, stronger dash. Izuku interrupted him. I knew it, he spat. You said that I had the potential to be Kuriko, you trained me for it. But it always comes back to having a quirk or not, doesn't it? Kuroda reeled back as if struck, his eyes widened once his words sunk in. Kid, you know I didn't mean it like that, he tried to explain. You're a perfect Kuriko, but these guys are way over the level you can handle. The moment they try their best to hurt you, you're done. Whatever, I'm leaving, Izuku stated, walking past Kuroda's still form and grabbing his bag. I'm going to tell them, you can't stop me. Izuku was about to open the door when his mentor spoke up. I know I can't, he said, walking to the back of the warehouse and disappearing for a second, only to reappear a minute later, a large black case in his hands. That's why I want to at least give you this before you go. He placed the case on the floor and took a step back. Curiosity winning over his anger, Izuku went to the case and opened it. This is Dash. It is, Kuroda confirmed. I know you're angry with me, but if you're going against the League, you need all the protection you can get. Inside the case laid a new set of armor, the chest piece having solid black steel plating arranged to bend and shift to his body's movements, hardened leather shoulder pads resting at the end of each armhole. The pants has the same steel plating as the chest piece in the front, with knee pads built in and hardened leather protecting the back of his thighs and calves. The boots were military grade, tipped with metal and evenly weighted. The last item in the trunk was a black motorcycle helmet, the glass of the lenses reflecting back at him. The helmet has a voice modifier built in, Kuroda stated as Izuku simply stared at the contents of the case, dumbstruck. It has police radio installed too, so you can avoid any ambushes. Also helps to let you know if there's any hostage situations nearby. He started to scratch the back of his neck. I haven't tested it to my standards, but if you're doing this, I want you safe. Izuku felt his throat close up. How did you get this stuff? He managed to ask, mentally congratulating himself for not letting his voice shake. I may have called in a favor or two that a few of my old acquaintances owed me, Kuroda admitted, but it's worth it if you don't get hurt. He stepped forward and patted Izuku's back when the teenager's shoulders began to shake. You okay, kid? He asked. If you're still upset about what I said earlier, I was just Concert Dash. I'm okay, Kuroda, Izuku cut in, sniffling as he rubbed his nose. I just kind of realized how much you've done for me these past few months. Obviously not enough, Kuroda said, shaking the teenager under his arm. Because you've still got that crybaby streak in you. Izuku escaped from Kuroda's hold. Ha! He said, wiping away the last of his tears. I'm sorry for getting mad at you, I didn't mean it. I know you didn't, you had a rough day no doubt, considering what happened at school. He walked over to the couch, plopping down. With a grunt. Now, are you gonna just stand there and wipe your tears, or are you gonna play blackjack? He asked, grinning as he took out a deck of cards from his pocket. Izuku may not be strong enough to take on the League when they attacked, but as he sat on the dusty couch and played Western card games with Kuroda, he felt like he could take on the world and come out on top. Yet another long day at the office done, Naomasa groaned as he finished the last report of the day, leaning back in his chair to rub his eyes. A considerable chunk of the small-scale villains had fallen off of the grid, and the police department was running like a chicken with their head cut off to find them. He looked up when his assistant came by, dropping a pile of mail on his desk. Thanking the woman, he leaned forward to look at the files. A few minutes of reading later, the detective was clocking out and walking out of the building, trying not to walk faster than normal as he grasped the plain white letter with a fox sticker in his hand. The alleyway was dimly lit, Naomasa observed as he stepped into it cautiously. What was he doing? Here he was, a renowned detective, well, renowned within the departments in the force, about to meet the vigilante he'd tried to ambush and capture. He didn't even want to think about how many laws he's breaking by following the letter's instructions, no doubt at least 10. He reflexively reached for his gun when a shadow dropped from the roof. His costume was different, but there was no denying the way he held himself or the bow strapped to his back. Kuriko said the first word, "You came." His voice was deep, muffled by the motorcycle helmet he had. I had tart to think that you wouldn't show. The detective leaned against the wall, keeping his eyes on the vigilante before him. I was thinking that myself, he admitted, but a vigilante politely writing a note to me? That's a bit suspicious. Kuriko leaned against the opposite wall, crossing his legs casually. I don't have any nefarious purpose for you, if that's what you're wondering, he said, lifting a file of documents into the detective's view. I'm here to give you some information. Despite himself, Naomasa felt a stab of curiosity. What kind of information could you have that we don't? He inquired, keeping his tone neutral. You're aware of the breach in security at UE, correct? The Kuriko slid the file across the floor, the papers stopping under Naomasa's foot. This information on the culprit behind the breach and his organization. The detective leaned down to pick up the file. When he straightened back up, the vigilante was gone, a wisp of smoke in the wind. He sighed, honestly not knowing what he had been thinking. When he got home, he sat down at his work desk and opened the file. On top of the documents sat a little yellow post-it. Detective Naomasa. This man and his group are planning to launch an attack at UE in the next few weeks. It is reasonable to assume that students will be in danger if the heroes are not alerted to the danger. Kuriko. Naomasa pinched his nose and reached for the phone. Tashinori, the blonde idiot, would want to hear of this for sure. A loud vibration made Izuku groan and turn away from the offending noise, burrowing deeper into his pillow. He groggily lifts himself up when the vibrating continued to go off. He drowsily feels around for his phone. Received 6:45 a.m. Hey kid, I hope you're awake. Received 6:47 a.m. Get up, Izuku, this serious. Received 6:49 a.m. Izuku, get your sleepy butt out of bed right now. We have a problem. He snapped out of his daze pretty quickly after reading those texts. His brow furrowing, he typed. Sent 6:50 a.m. I'm up. What's the problem? Received 6:52 a.m. The problem is the League of Villains. My sources told me they're attacking UE today at the USJ. They didn't know the motives of the attack. Can you make it there? Sent 6:53 a.m. Oh shit. I can make it there, but I'll have to play sick. Received 6:56 a.m. Do it. Do whatever you have to do to get to the USJ. Good luck, kid. The teenager set the phone down and went to work, doing jumping jacks until he had an acceptable amount of sweat on his forehead and racing his hands through his hair to make it even more unkempt. By the time his mother came in, curious as to why Izuku wasn't getting up, he was under the covers, eyes half-lidded and the sheen of sweat on his forehead. Mom? He asked tiredly, cracking an eye open to look at her. I'm not feeling so good. He added a few decent coughs for good measure. Inko walked to the bed and placed a hand on his forehead. Oh, honey, she murmured, you're burning up? Do you want to stay home from school? He smiled sleepily, leaning into his mother's soft touch. Yeah, Mom, my head is pounding. His mother bought the act hook, line, and sinker. She'd rushed around, making sure that he was comfortable before heading out to work. Remember, she called from the door, the pain medicine is on the kitchen counter, and don't forget to drink water. Izuku laid on the couch, firmly wrapped in at least 4 blankets. Love you, Mom, he said as she left, closing the door behind her. He listened as her footsteps grew further and further away, then kicked off the blanket and took out his phone. Sent 7:25 a.m. Mom's gone, now what? Received 7:26 a.m. Look outside. Izuku did as he was told, and when he did he let out a laugh of disbelief. In the street below his apartment was Kuroda, sitting all too smugly on a motorcycle. Well, he called up, grab your suit and hop on. We don't have much time. Izuku wasted no time bolting back into his house and grabbing the case containing his new suit. He practically vaulted over the stairs and hopped on the bike behind Kuroda. Revving his engine, the 2 vigilantes sped to the Hero Academy, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. The road was a blur beneath them as Kuroda broke pretty much every speed limit in Japan, Izuku clinging to his mentor's back for dear life as the wind pulled and tugged at his hair and clothes. They reached UE property in record time, Kuroda stopping at the iron gate in front of them. What do we do now? Izuku asked, peering over the older man's shoulder to look at the obstacle looming in front of them. Kuroda parked the vehicle and hopped off, the teenager following his example. First off, you're getting into your suit, he told Izuku, who nodded. As for how we get in, he lifted the leather seat to reveal a small compartment underneath. He reached his hand in and pulled out a small device. This'll release a small EMP within a 20-foot radius, he explained, turning away respectfully when Izuku started to change. I place it on the gate and the electric currents will stop and we'll ride in. The gate's usually used for garbage disposal, so there are no cameras. I don't even want to know how you found that out, Izuku stated, now fully donned in his gear, his helmet resting in his hands. Let's go, I don't want anyone to get hurt because we were late. He put on his helmet and took his seat on the bike. Kuroda placed the device on the gate. Got it, geez you're bossy. He hopped onto the motorcycle and ignored the smack on his back from Izuku as the gate let out a beep and opened, showing a straight road ahead. They tore down the road, the teenager letting out a whoop of excitement from his helmet. Shinso stared at his desk, tapping his pencil's eraser tapping on its surface. He'd brainwashed the only friend he had yesterday, and today, said friend's desk was empty, a glaring reminder of what Shinso did. He no doubt broke the other teenager's trust in him. Whatever friendship that has been forming was gone for sure, dust in the wind. The insomniac remembered Midoriya's face after he'd brainwashed Bakugo. Instead of any fear he'd been expecting, the green-haired boy was akin to an excited puppy, jumping at the bit to ask him about his quirk. Midoriya was always either too nervous to speak properly or having an air of quiet confidence. There was no middle ground. Yet, when he was in the nurse's office, he hadn't been either of the two. He'd honestly panicked when Midoriya pinned him to the window, his friend's eyes wide with a primal fear as his body betrayed him. He hadn't even thought about whether or not he should have done it. He just did it, no secondary thought put into it whatsoever. That honestly scared him. Ever since kindergarten, when his quirk manifested, he had control over his emotions, not wanting to brainwash anyone out of anger, but yesterday his concern for his friend outweighed his 10+ years of self-control. He ignored the whispers in favor of being with much better company, his thoughts. All the while, he sent glances to the only empty seat in the class. I'm sorry, Midoriya, he thought, trying to focus on the lesson his teacher was talking about. I just wish you could know how sorry I am. What's the plan when we get there? Izuku yelled above the wind. And how long until we do? I'll tell you the plan when we don't have to yell at each other, Kuroda replied. They rode along the road for a few minutes, then turned to the left onto a clear dirt path. The engine spluttered and died as he turned the bike off and dismounted. He motioned for Izuku to crouch with him as he crawled near a bush. They both peeked out, watching as a bus pulled up from the opposite direction they came in. The door opened, and one of the most inconspicuous heroes to date, Eraserhead, stepped out. The plan is this, his mentor began, watching as students started filing out of the bus and into the facility. In a few minutes, the League is going to start their attack. It's reasonable to assume their warp gate is going to scatter everyone, so you'll have to put him out of action first. He turned to face his student. How are you going to do that? Izuku didn't even hesitate, confidently whispering. The file said that Kurogyri has metal plates around where his neck should be. It's reasonable to assume that since the plates never fall through his body that not all of him is gaseous. Kuroda gave him a hard pat on the back, grinning. I knew you'd figure it out. His face returned to its previous seriousness. They're going to have a lot of cannon fodder. Do you have the gear for large crowds? He nodded, taking 3 small green vials out of one of his many pockets to show them to his mentor. Tear gas, he stated, pocketing the containers once more. The helmet will filter it out for me. Others? Not so much. And what about opponents that a bow won't work against? Kuroda inquired. Izuku rolled his eyes, muttering something that sounded suspiciously like mother hen, before pulling 2 daggers from his belt. They're more for close combat, but I'm hoping I won't have to resort to these, he said, placing the weapons back in their sheaths. Murphy's Law, kid, Kuroda muttered. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. And do so in a spectacular manner. Shut it, Izuku. They've got someone around here interfering with the wireless communications. The next part had Kuroda's face pinching like he'd swallowed a lemon. I'll find them while you fight. As much as I hate to admit it, I wouldn't be much help. I may not feel pain, But that's a double-edged sword. I could get stabbed in the back and not even notice. Got it, Kuroda? Izuku looked back to the USJ. Has enough time passed? He asked, standing up and stretching his limbs out. Kuroda did so as well, letting out a groan as he twisted the cricks out of his back. Yep, let's give him hell, kid. I plan to do nothing less. Ochako thought she was handling this situation fairly well, all things considered. A man made of black mist just worked her classmates away and told them they'd be tortured and killed, and she wasn't even panicking. Go her. 13 stood between the remaining students that hadn't been warped to the other areas in the USJ and the villain, stance defensive but ready to attack if needed. Ida, I need you to run for help. The muffled voice of the hero instructed, never turning around in favor of keeping an eye on their aggressor. Ochako saw Ida startle from the corner of her eye. Wide with disbelief, he exclaimed, I can't leave you or my classmates behind. That's not what a hero is supposed to do. 13 was about to reply when a banging sound came from the door behind Kurogiri. The entrance opened with a groan of protest, but the complaints were ignored by the figure that stepped in. Sorry I'm late, the man said as he dusted off his hands, deep voice slightly muffled by the black helmet on his head. Traffic was terrible. Kurogiri whipped around, narrowing his eyes at the darkly dressed vigilante. It's you, he stated disdainfully, the copycat. Ochako and the others stood there, tensely watching the two darkly clad men have a standoff, the sound of Aizawa fighting the crowd of villains below them filling the air. The helmeted man made the first move, taking a staff from his belt and rushing Kurogiri. The villain's mist began to move faster, gathering at the running man's feet. He leaped, narrowly avoiding the warp gate open below him. Faster than Kurogiri could recall his mist, the man swung the staff, sending the villain flying with the ear-ringing sound of metal on metal. He landed, standing with his staff pointed threateningly at the recovering villain. Tell Shigaraki that this attack is over, he growled. Ochako couldn't help the shot of fear that ran down her spine at the tone. Heroes are on their way as we speak. Even you wouldn't stand a change against at least 15 pro-heroes, Kurogiri. The villain looked at the helmeted man, then to 13, her classmates and her. He sighed, slowly disappearing into his own mist. You'll live to regret this, Kuriko. The man said before fully stepping through his gate and closing it, leaving no indication that he'd been there. No, I won't. The man, Kuriko, quipped, whirling around on his heel to face Ochako and the others, assessing them as he casually twirled his weapon. So, he stated, like he didn't just fight and win against a villain. Am I late? Izuku was nervous, and no, it was not because he was about to start an all-out war with the League of Villains. It was because he was standing right before his friends wearing his vigilante outfit. I'm so dead, they're going to see right through me like glass. Kept repeating in his head during the entire fight with Kurogiri. He forced the anxiety to the side when he faced the students, trying to give off an almost carefree aura. He'd tell you who wasn't carefree at the moment, 13. The space-themed hero was threatening as he stood there, watching Izuku with distrust. Kuriko. 13 stated, why are you here? How did you know they'd attack, unless you were part of them? Exactly who do you think just defended you all from Kurogiri? Izuku inquired, I'm not here to fight you or the students, 13, I'm here to help. He almost felt offended when the pro-hero gave him a disbelieving look. What's the old saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend? They stayed like that for a moment, no one daring to make a move. The stalemate is broken when Ochako, almost shaking in her fear, spoke up, 13, shouldn't we try and rescue our classmates? If Kuriko is offering to help fight, that means we can focus on that, right? The other classmates nodded in agreement, even Ida, though it was only grudgingly that he admitted the brunette's point. Izuku couldn't help the wave of relief that hit him when 13 seemed to consider her words. Eventually saying, I will keep an eye on you, but if you move to hurt the students, I will stop you. The vigilante nodded, saying, got it, go find the other students, I'll help Eraserhead. At that, he rushed forward and leaped down into the crowd of villains, letting out a whoop. Let the battle begin. Tsuyu and Mineta were the first to be rescued, They'd been warped to the shipwreck zone, where villains had lurked in the water to finish them off. Thankfully, Tsuyu had remained calm and gotten herself and Mineta onto the ship, away from danger for that moment. It was a simple matter of teamwork between Ida and Ochako to fly over and levitate them, having Ida carry them back with ease due to their lightened weight. 13 checked them over, cautious of any injuries. "Are you all right?" he asked, stepping back to look at the two. Mineta was in tears, blubbering about how scary it was. Tsuyu, on the other hand, didn't look fazed at all. "We're okay, 13, just a little shaken," the frog girl said. "We should probably get the others before they get hurt." 13 turned to face the square, where his coworker and Kuriko were fighting a small army of villains. He didn't quite know how to feel about the Vigilante, but at the moment he was an ally, albeit a hesitant one. "You're right, Tsuyu, we should." The wind was muffled as Izuku fell, eyes darting to and fro to take in the situation below. Izue Racerhead's quirk was best suited for villains with non-mutant type quirks, but his weapons, cloths made of carbon nanofiber and alloyed with steel wire, helped him even the odds with the opponents whose quirks he couldn't erase. Even with all of that, a hero like Eraserhead is built for short fights. Sneak attacks usually, he'd tire easily with this amount of villains. Izuki angled himself sharply, changing his trajectory to slam feet first into a large minion about to try and attack the darkly clad hero, who was occupied dealing with other villains. Eraserhead didn't look his way, expertly maneuvering his cloths to trip up two incoming opponents. "Considering you got past 13, I'd say you're here to help. That, or I have to fight you." Izuku reached into his pocket while kicking away another challenger. Pulling out a single vial, he tossed it into the crowd of villains. "I'd like to think I'm helping," he said as the glass container broke and tear gas billowed out, making a good number of the villains fall to the floor, clutching their eyes or throat. "I'd keep away from these if I were you. The gas lingers for at least 2 minutes." The villains stayed back, hesitant after the display of Izuku's tear gas to come any closer. The two took the chance to meet at the middle, backs facing each other as they kept watchful eyes on their opponents. "How are my students?" Eraserhead muttered, barely loud enough for Izuku to hear. "They're fine. I sent 13 and the students who weren't warped to find the others," he replied back, twirling his bow casually. The man would probably deny it if Izuku said he'd relaxed at that, relieved that the children were safe. "I may be a vigilante, Eraserhead, but putting children in the line of fire is far beyond the line." "Oh, the irony. I hope you have a plan, Kuriko, because these guys aren't going to hesitate for much longer." A familiar voice suddenly came in over his radio, static muffling the voice slightly. "Hey kid, I got the guy interfering with the signals. Send a call." He grinned underneath his helmet, stating happily, "Not to worry, Eraserhead, I'm about to call in cavalry." The villains rushed them. The feeling that something was off was not a comfortable sensation. It felt like something within your very being was sending you an alarm for something you don't know yet. As All Might sat in the teacher's lounge with Principal Nedzu, that feeling nagged at him, making him curl and uncurl his toes as he tried to not appear rude to his superior. "Are you all right, Toshinori?" Nedzu inquired, pouring yet another cup of tea for himself. "You seem a little distracted. Is something the matter?" The blonde started, coughing slightly as he hurriedly replied, "And nothing is the matter, Principal Nedzu." He chewed his lip. "It's just that something doesn't feel right." The principal tilted his head, humming in agreement. "It's true, the news that we received last night about the League of Villains was disturbing, to say the least. But it is because of that I had your fellow teachers prepare for such situations. Everyone is ready to come when called, and I have substitutes on standby for the students. Don't even get Toshinori started about last night." He'd received a grim phone call from his friend, who told him he needed to contact his fellow coworkers and get to the police department ASAP. It was near midnight by the time that everyone had gathered, faces serious as Neo Mesa placed a file on the conference table. The next 2 hours were spent with questions, planning, and headaches all around. By the time he'd gotten home it was 3, and he had to be at work by 7. "I know, sir, but dash." He was interrupted when the principal's phone went off in his pocket. Picking it out of his pocket, the man answered it. "Hello." This is Princey Dash. He hadn't even finished introducing himself when his eyes widened and his posture stiffened. Let me put you on speaker, he stated, tapping his screen. The sound of fighting in the background was unmistakable as a deep voice spoke. I don't see why you'd need to do that, but okay. A grunt was heard from the voice's owner, the sound of a bone breaking following soon after. The USJ is being attacked by the League of Villains. Current major threats are Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogyari, and an unidentified enemy. What about the students? Toshinori couldn't help but ask, leaning closer to the phone. Students have been scattered across the building. 13 is working with the students to rescue one another. They're as safe as they're going to get in this situation. And Eraserhead? He just flipped a 200-pound villain using his cloths. I'd say he's doing just fine. He's tiring though, and so am I. Hurry. The phone cut off, the static being the only sound within the room for a moment. Nedzu pocketed his phone. That was Kuriko, or apparently his student. The small man whipped around, his steps falling heavy. Gather everyone, we're needed at the USJ. No, Shigaraki muttered to himself, watching Kuriko and Eraserhead fight the horde of henchmen as his hands started twitching towards his neck. Black foxes are bad. Black foxes don't play by the rules. Black foxes cheat. The gaunt man, head jerked towards the hulking mass next to him. Numu, kill him. Shigaraki ordered, pointing a spindly finger at the small helmeted form in the center of the crowd. Something was off the moment the herd of villains began to back away. He could hear the heavy footfall of someone advancing quickly towards him. It was the unidentified threat. Numi apparently was currently charging towards Izuku. The creature's eyes were bulbous and lacked eyelids. No skull whatsoever protected the thing's brain. Look out! Eraserhead yelled, sending a piece of cloth to try and slow the monstrosity's advance. Numu batted the cloth aside like it was nothing, continuing to charge. Thinking quickly, Izuku took a running start towards the creature. Once he was close enough, he dug his pole into the ground and vaulted over the charging opponent. Strapping his bow to his back and taking out his daggers as he said, "Well, looks like the monster came out to play." He dropped into his stance, weight evenly balanced as he held a dagger in each hand. Addressing Eraserhead, he said, "Go to the students, I'll keep them busy until help arrives." The pro nodded. "Don't think this makes us buddy-buddy, Kuriko. The next time we meet, I will try my best to apprehend you. I expect nothing less." Izuku said to the retreating form of the hero. He focused on Numu, who was standing there like a puppet waiting to be manipulated. "Careful with this guy, Izuku." Kuroda stated from his radio, "We have no idea what he's capable of." Izuku turned off his speaker to confirm, "Understood, Kuroda." Numu whipped around, eyes locking into his small form with a maniacal light. "I don't think he's gonna be careful with me, though." The beast charged once more, nearly a blur in the Vigilante's eyesight. It was only the reflexes instilled in him by Kuroda's merciless training that he managed to dodge, ducking between the beast's legs and dragging the edge of his blades across its legs. He watched in a mix of horror and fascination as the deep lacerations he'd made into blackened skin faded away, a thin stream of blood being the only indication that it had even been injured. Hyper-regenerative abilities, he muttered to himself, "That's going to be an issue." Kuroda spoke through his helmet again, "Kid, I can see the heroes coming, wrap this up quick." "Not sure if I'll be able to," he replied, watching as Numu rotated in his direction. "Behind you!" Izuku whipped around, dropping a dagger in favor of grabbing Shigaraki's outstretched hand by the wrist. Well, 2-on-1 is a bit unfair, isn't it?" he asked. "Cheaters don't get to live." The gray-haired man hissed. He cursed as he heard the hulking beast's steps coming closer, leaping away from Shigaraki to put distance between him and his two opponents. His curse became a cry of pain when a large black hand grabbed his forearm, feeling bones creak under the force behind the grip. His second dagger toppled from his hand, falling with a dull clatter to the floor. "Sheet, Izuku!" He could hear Kuroda let out a string or curses. "The heroes will be there in 2 minutes. Try to hold on for an opening when they arrive." He could hear his sensei gritting his teeth together. "Hang on, kid." Shigaraki ambled towards Izuku. Kurogyri materializing. Beside him from a warp gate. The vigilante tugged almost frantically against the imprisoning hold on his arm, but with no success. So, Kuriko, Shigaraki stated, seemingly more composed. We came here to kill All Might, but I guess we can settle for you. The teenager's heart stopped. Kill All Might? Oh, and how would you manage that? He inquired, keeping the tremble of pain from his voice. Kurogyri was the one to answer this time, talking as casually as one would about the weather, not killing the number one pro hero. Our methods are not important, what matters is that we know how. Dead men tell no tales. Izuku countered, mentally counting down the time he had until he could escape. Shigaraki looked like he was about to say something, but it was interrupted by the sound of crackling ice. The villain's feet were encased in ice, except for Numu, whose entire right side was frozen solid. The grip on Izuku's arm slackened. He didn't hesitate to pull him arm free. He looked around for the owner of the ice. He saw a crowd of students off to the side, a thin trail of ice leading to one student with red and white hair split down the middle. He would have thanked them, but Kuroda came in over his calm. Kid, get out of there, heroes are coming any second. Izuku nodded to himself, stepping away from the Numu and reaching for a flash bang. He kept eye contact with the boy who'd saved him as he tossed it, whirling around and breaking into a sprint as it went off with a blinding burst of light, grabbing his daggers as he ran by. I'm gonna need an opening, Kuroda, he said, rounding a building and running into a dead end. Got you covered, was the only warning as a section of the USJ's walls were detonated, the explosion going off 20 feet from Izuku. Get out here, kid, we got a haul but and get out of here. He didn't hesitate to follow orders, darting out and hopping onto Kuroda's awaiting motorcycle. Not a second later, the entrance of the USJ burst open, all of the teachers rushing in to take stock of the situation. All of the students were in a group, relatively unharmed, while a lone figure lay trapped in ice. In the midst of the confusion, they failed to hear the sound of a motorcycle driving away. Shigaraki let out a howl, flipping over a table in his rage. Kurogyri was back behind his bar counter, buttoning his dress shirt. How could this have happened? He grabbed the table, watching as it fell apart to dust under his touch. The pawns were replicable, but we lost Numu, sensei's not going to be pleased. His hands reached up to his head, pulling at his hair as he worried his lip. Sensei will be disappointed, and it will because of that cheater Kuriko. Kurogyri nearly sighed in relief when the TV spluttered on, a scratchy voice speaking up from the screen. Shigaraki. The man in question whips towards the screen, eyes frantically wide. Sensei, there was a cheater at the USJ. He said, we lost Numu, and All Might didn't even show until the last minute, and with several other heroes. It's all right, Shigaraki. The voice of Sensei stated calmly, I was expecting Kuriko showing his face there. The gaunt man froze, tilting his head. Sensei? You need to know how to plan around such nuisances. Sensei explained patiently, until this Kuriko is caught, it would be safe to assume that any and all plans you have possibly will be interfered with by him. What should I do, Sensei? Shigaraki asked, staring at the TV like a fascinated child. Whatever you please, the disembodied voice replied, but I believe that capturing him would be in your best interests. Of course, Sensei. Shigaraki turned to Kurogyri, who was now completely back in his bartender clothes. Start gathering information on Kuriko, we have a certain fox to trap. Kurogyri bowed, as you command, Shigaraki. By the time Kuroda and Izuku managed to get to the warehouse, the teenager was dead on his feet, all adrenaline leaving his body. He didn't even resist when his mentor picked him up bridal style and took him inside their hideout. Okay, kid. He groaned, setting Izuku gently onto the couch. You're going to have to get changed yourself because I am not going to do that. Fine, the green-haired boy muttered, rising from his position to stand and grab his clothes. Are you hurt, Kuroda? He asked, taking off his armor and shoving a shirt over his head. His mentor snorts, am I okay? The better question is, are you okay? That Numu guy had a death grip on you, you were almost disintegrated. Izuku was now in full civilian clothes, and plopped back down on the couch. But I wasn't, almost, was the key word of that sentence. He got cuffed lightly over the head. Hey! Hey yourself, Kuroda shot back, picking up Izuku again with little effort. We need to get you home, before your mom gets home and freaks. Izuku let out a pitiful sound as he stood back up. Fine. He drawled, shuffling his way to Kuroda's motorcycle. He stopped by a heavy hand on his shoulder. What now? I don't trust you not to take a surprise nap while I'm driving and fall off. Kuroda walked in front of him and bent down. Hop on. Izuku looked from Kuroda to himself. You cannot be serious. He deadpanned. I am, now get on before I carry you bridal style again. Okay. The teenager relented, climbing onto his mentor's back, keeping his legs close to his mentor's midsection as he wrapped his arms around the man's neck. Geez, kid, Kuroda commented, standing up and beginning the walk to Izuku's home. You're starting to get heavy. It's muscle. Izuku replied sleepily, barely managing to keep his eyes open. How much did you eat today anyways? He asked, waiting at a crosswalk and decidedly ignoring the adoring looks old ladies were sending them. You should be tired, but not this tired. A banana. Kuroda froze, asking incredulously, a banana? You took on the League of Villains with only a piece of fruit fueling you? He sounded mad. I was too nervous to eat anything else. Izuku admitted almost shyly, shrinking from his mentor's gaze. Sorry, Kuroda. Don't apologize, he said, jostling his cargo slightly as he went up the stairs to set Cargo's apartment. Just take care of yourself, that'd be more than enough. He opened the door with one hand. You didn't even lock the door? Forget Vigilante. Training, you need some common sense classes. He turned his head to look at his student, whose eyes were closed as his breathing evened. He sighed, then placed the boy on the couch, reaching for the blankets thrown across the floor and placing them over the teen. He stood back and looked over the sleeping boy. A boy, that's all he was, a boy that could judo flip a man 5 times his weight. Good God, what has he done? He transformed a young teenager into a highly dangerous vigilante, on the run from people on all sides. Heroes, police, villains, hell, even other vigilantes will be after Izuku, all because of the name he had passed down to the boy. He reached a hand down to brush stray locks of hair away from Izuku's face, the small frame of the boy relaxing into his touch. This was what made it worth it. The day he met the kid, he'd seen something about to break in Izuku's eyes, something that was vital to life, willpower. He didn't know what happened to Izuku that day, but he looked hurt and angry and about to lose hope. Kuroda couldn't leave the kid like that in good conscience, so he'd taken the green-haired teen under his wing, teaching him everything that he knew, that light was mended and rekindled, but Kuroda couldn't decide if it was worth the cost, his innocence. He'd yet to take a life, but the time was coming where Izuku wouldn't have a choice. He prayed he'd be there to pick up the pieces when it did. Izuku was jolted awake by the door opening, his mother walking in with a happy cry of, Izuku, I'm home. Welcome home, Mum. He greeted from the couch, blushing when his stomach growled loudly. Looks like you slept through lunch. Inko observed amusedly, walking into the kitchen. I'll start making dinner. He moved to get up, but winced as pain raced up his left arm. The appendage was swollen and an angry red, bruises splotching all over his forearm. I'm gonna get changed, Mom. He called, racing down the hall and to his room. He sheet his shirt, biting his lip as the piece of clothing brushed against his arm, and put on a baggy long-sleeved pajama shirt. Izuku inspected the swollen arm in the mirror. He'd have a hell of a time hiding this, that's for sure. At that moment, his mother called down the hall. Izuku, you have a visitor. Who would visit him, of all people? It was probably Ida, carrying the homework he's no doubt missed, or maybe it's Ochako, checking up on him. Nevertheless, he was curious, so we walked to the living room. What he saw was not what he expected. Shinso Hitoshi sat on his couch, looking uncomfortable as his mother tried to get him to make small talk. The blue-haired boy perked up when he saw Izuku in the doorway, his back straightening immediately. Midoriya, Shinso said, standing up from the couch. Can we talk outside? Izuku nodded, opening the door and holding it open for his classmate maybe friend. The door clicked behind them, the soft sound almost sounding like a gong with the silence between them. So, Izuku started, leaning back on his heels. What was it you would dash? Shinso interrupted him, blurting, I'm sorry for brainwashing you yesterday. Before the other teen could even finish his sentence. Izuku blinked, genuinely befuddled. What do you mean? The insomniac looked at him like he was crazy. What do I mean? He asked. I mean that I brainwashed you yesterday. But you did it with good intentions. The freckled boy interjected, I'm not mad, Shinso. If anything, I should be thankful, you calmed me down before I could hurt myself. Why you're not mad? Only that you would think I'd be. Izuku's replied, his eyes softening as he said the next part. Besides, you used your quirk to help someone, that's hero material right there. Shinso was at a loss. The boy in front of him, the first friend he's had in years, wasn't mad at him for using his quirk on him. Instead, he was thanking him. The insomniac was snapped out of his thoughts by Izuku waving a hand in his face. What was the question? He asked. I asked if you wanted to stay for dinner. Izuku said, starting to ramble, I mean, you can say no, I'd understand that, but my mom always makes more good than I can eat when I get sick and dash. Now it was Shinsu's turn to interrupt. I'd like that, thank you. Besides, I have your homework anyways, might as well get some food out of it. The smile that lit up Izuku's features looked like it could power the sun. He opened the door. Then what are we waiting for? As he spent dinner with the Midoriyas, Shinso came to realize something. Midoriya just wasn't the type of kid to get mad. The kid didn't have a violent bone in his body, at least, that he knows of. The night was spent with laughter, homework, and awkward stories courtesy of Mrs. Midoriya. By the time he got home, he had his completed homework in one hand, a container of leftovers in the other and a small smile on his face. See you tomorrow, Shinso, Midoriya had said as the bus home rolled up, handing him the container of food. Yeah, Shinso thought, stepping into his house. See you tomorrow, Izuku. Well, looks like Izuku was right about it being hell to hide his injury. He groaned as he woke up, his left arm throbbing angrily. Through a half-lidded eye, Izuku snuck a look at his arm. It was even more swollen than it was the night before, and the bruises now took the form of a giant handprint, sporting undertones of blue and yellow as his body tried to heal. Thankfully, his arm wasn't swollen enough for his sleeves to show any noticeable difference. Small mercies for the Vigilante today, apparently. Quickly, Izuku grabbed his things, ate breakfast, and ran out the door, determined to keep his mom unsuspecting of his injuries. The morning was bright, sunshine filtering through the treetops to cast colorful shadows on the sidewalks Izuku walked down. Waiting at the crosswalk, he could help but overhear the conversation between two college students next to him. I'm telling you, one teen began, Kuriko's a hero, maybe not an official one, but in all the ways that count. Except that he's breaking the law, the other argued. When he's caught, he'll be treated like any other villain. He should have just stopped entirely. He had everyone thinking he was dead. He could have easily lived out his life without anyone being the wiser. The light turned green, signaling for the pedestrians to walk. Izuku wasted no time hurrying away from the two young adults and their debate. Looking around, his vigilante self seemed to be all over. The newspapers shouted his name on almost every front page. A news anchor was doing a section on him as he walked by the TV station. Everyone now knew of his presence, and were asking one question: who is the Kuriko? He walked past the gates of Yui, noting the repaired barriers hiding within them. The halls were abuzz with chatter, mostly being gossip of the day before at the USA. No one knew the fine details, but they knew enough to know that villains attacked and the infamous Black Fox appeared. The talking became muffled as he closed the door to 1C behind him, sighing in relief as his ears were given a reprieve. He perked up when he heard his name, Midoriya. Shinso sat at his desk, slightly lifting a hand in greeting, an even more slight smile on his face. Hear about yesterday with Class 1A? He asked as Izuku sat down next to him, letting his bag plop onto the ground with a thud. More like who hasn't heard it, Izuku groaned, carefully placing his left arm on the desk in a comfortable position. The news was covering it a little when I was eating breakfast. Was anyone hurt? He tried to seem interested as his friend told him what he already knew. No, but there's rumors going around that Kuriko showed up. Shinso explained as other students filed in. Some of the 1A students were saying that he showed up to help, even working with Aizawa to fight the villains. He would have continued, but their conversation was interrupted by a classmate stepping up to Izuku. Hello, she greeted, Koko's skin pulled into a smile as she held her book bag on one shoulder. We haven't been introduced yet, I'm Kihiro Amaya. Midoriya Izuku, he said, sending a confused sidelong glance to Shinso, who only shrugged. I noticed you weren't in class yesterday, Kihiro said, placing her book bag down to swivel her chair and face him. Are you okay? That was unexpected. All Izuku could manage to say was, oh. He swallowed the rising lump in his throat. I'm fine, Kihiro, I just caught a stomach bug that was going around my neighborhood. That's good, she sighed relieved. Hearing all of this villain attack stuff had me worried for you. Me? Izuku asked. Him? Shinso also asked. Well yeah, she said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Us Class 1C students have to stick together, you know? Any chance at further conversation was ended when the teacher stepped in, barking with authority, sit down, sit down. Just because Class 1A got some excitement yesterday doesn't mean you can slack off. Bakugo was seething with rage, and while this wasn't anything new, the cause of it certainly was. He'd been there at the USJ, he'd fought against real-life villains, stuff that would scare the living shit out of the spineless cowards in the lower classes. He and Kirishima had been standing amongst a pile of incapacitated villains when 13 and a few of his other classmates showed up. Both he and everyone else in his class had seen Kuriko fight the fugly BSRD Numu, get caught by said fugly BSRD, then escape right under the heroes' noses when the half-beach decided to help the Vigilante escape the villain's grip. Not once, that FING Vigilante hadn't used his quirk once in the fight against the big villains, and he'd held his own against them. What the hell was the point of having a quirk if you didn't even use it? You might as well be quirkless. Quirkless, like that FING useless Deku. Who did that sheet stain think he was? Getting into UE with him, making friends with students in the heroics department. When will that fuckmunch realize that he can't be a hero? Yeah, he said that he was applying for the general department, but it was possible for general department students to get into the heroics department if they were deemed qualified. The fucker took the easy way in, and was making himself all cozy with 1A students so when if he got into the heroics department he'd already have a niche to fit into. Bakugo felt his blood boil when he spotted the idiot himself, chatting away with the Gravity Beach and Engine for Legs as he walked down the hall to lunch. What set him off was the sight of that brainwashing fucker cracking what seemed to be a joke and Deku laughing. Fuming, he stomped over, catching the attention of all the students in the hall. Fine, let them watch, that'll teach someone as useless as Deku to try and move up in the ranks. He grabbed the nerd's left arm, growling, Hey, Deku, what air dash? His sentence of caustic words was cut off as he felt a hand wrap around his arm and the world became a blur, jarring itself back into place when he slammed into the floor with a loud bang. Immediately, his eyes locked onto the shaking form of Deku, who was holding the arm he'd grabbed, biting his lip and shaking in pain. Stunned from the impact, all he could say was, What the F dash? Deku froze, noticing just who he had flipped to the ground. The nerd's friends were quick to react, Engine head stepping between him and the green-haired idiot while the brown-haired Beach and the blue BSRD guided Deku out of the crowded hallway, the quirkless idiot still holding his arm like Bakugo had broken it. What on earth is going on here? Cementos asked, stepping closer and offering a hand to Bakugo, who ignored it in favor of standing up by himself. Ida was quick to give his side of the story. Bakugo tried to lay a hand on my friend, Cementos. He adjusted his glasses, shooting a disdainful look towards the blonde. My friend reacted rather harshly and flipped him. He's with my other friends, in classroom 1A most likely. The cement-based pro-hero turned to face Bakugo. Is this true? He asked, crossing his bulky arms expectantly. Bakugo swore under his breath, looking away as he said, So what if it is? For one, you and me are going to the principal's office. Cementos said, turning around and making a gesture for the volatile teen to follow him. As for your friend Ida, make sure it doesn't happen again, and he won't be in any trouble. The spectacled boy bowed to the back of the teacher as Bakugu stalked after the teacher, slouched and muttering under his breath. He quickly made his way to his classroom, anxious about the freckled teen. Absolutely fantastic. Izuku sat in a chair that Ochako pulled out for him, staring at his feet while two of his three friends looked at him expectantly. His arm was on fire, practically screaming its protest at the pressure Kaken had put on it. He bit his lip to contain a hiss as he adjusted the appendage. Ochako and Shinso both looked up from him as Ida stepped in, quietly closing the door behind him. Midoriya's not in trouble, but Bakugu got taken to the principal by Cementos. Ida explained, taking his place right next to the two standing teenagers. What was that, Midoriya? Yeah, Shinso agreed, crossing his arms. The moment he laid a hand on you, you freaked on him. Not that he didn't deserve it, Ochako added, but you were holding your arm like he hurt you. Izuku struggled for a believable explanation. I was training with my martial arts instructor and we got two into the fight. What did they do to your arm? Ida questioned, stepping forward to try and touch his left arm. Izuku quickly yanked the appendage away from the taller boy's reach. I wouldn't do that. Izuku yelped. It really hurts, especially when someone touches it. He explained, holding his arm close. I'm fine guys, it'll heal in a few days. Hopefully. His friends didn't seem to buy it, the furrow in all of their brows deepening. You should go to the nurse if it hurts that much. Ochako said. That's true, Ida agreed. Recovery girl is stationed in the nurse's office, she'd be able to heal you quickly. Oh man, having a hero look at the obvious hand-shaped bruise on his arm, that's just a recipe for disaster. Especially if said hero was the nurse to the school of heroes that saw him get injured, that'd practically be a neon tag saying, I'm Kuriko, slapped onto him. It's fine really. He tried to pacify, waving his good arm's hand dismissively. It's just some bruising, Kaken grabbed it and it surprised me, that's all. Show us then. Izuku blinked. What? Shinso leaned forward, slightly in the freckled teen's personal space. Show us. If it's just a bruise, you wouldn't have a problem with that, right? You have to take off my shirt. Izuku stuttered. What would the teachers think as they walked in and saw that? Then you'll show recovery girl. Ida stated factually, already going to open the door while Shinso and Ochako manhandled Izuku, being mindful of his arm. Gee guys. He squawked, drawing the attention of some older students as his friends dragged him through the halls. This is really unnecessary. It is if you're not taking care of yourself. Ochako stated simply, getting many sounds of agreement from the two males helping her carry Izuku. Knocking gently on the nurse's door with her foot before kicking it open. Recovery girl looked up from her desk, seemingly unfazed by three students literally carrying another in against his will. Hello, dearies, she greeted kindly, swiveling off of her chair as Izuku's traitorous friends forced him into a chair. May I ask why you're carrying young Midoriya into my office? He hurt his arm, claimed it was just some bruising. Shinso stated like he was a spy relating information. But when someone grabbed it, he flipped them, then wouldn't let go of it. She gingerly took Izuku's arm into re-hand, a slight hiss still escaping him when she out pressure on his forearm. Oh dear, she said, letting go of his arm and shooing the three other teens out of the room. You can go to lunch now, I'll make sure Midoriya is healed. Once they were gone, the elderly lady turned to Izuku, her gaze fierce. Just how does one fracture both their radius and ulna and claim it's just bruising? Fracture? Oh man, Kuroda would kill him if he found out. Recovery girl nodded. Take your shirt off, she instructed, going over to her desk and pulling out some bandages and a sling. I need to see the damage myself. Hesitantly, Izuku unbuttoned his jacket, sliding the shirt off carefully as to not aggravate his fractured arm. He could say one thing, it definitely looked worse than it did that morning. The skin was a furious red, throbbing in protest of Kaken grabbing it. The skin was all kinds of discolored, blacks and blues and yellows mixing with the pale and red on his arm to make a near nauseating mosaic of color on his arm. If it bothered Recovery Girl, she didn't show it, but she did click her tongue with worry as she gently held his forearm in her weathered hands. "What did you do to get this?" she asked calmly, her face set in stone as she examined the bruises. "I was training with my sensei." Izuku quickly lied. "He has a size-modifying quirk. He wanted me to know how to defend myself from people with mutant-type quirks." Not a lie, Izuku could still remember the sore spots he'd obtained with that particular month of training. The elderly woman didn't seem all that convinced but, thankfully, let it slide for now. "Your sensei should be more careful with you," she commented. "But good news, now that I've seen the extent of it, I can say that I can fully heal your arm." "Thank you, ma'am," Izuku said, watching his fascination as she pressed a kiss to his forearm. The bruises faded at a record speed, and the swelling went away entirely in the span of 2 seconds. The sensation of his bones resetting and healing was a strange sensation, but before he could marvel at his completely healed arm, a wave of fatigue hit him like a bus. Recovery Girl smiled knowingly as the freckled teen yawned. "Yes, my healing tends to have that effect on people." She handed him a bag of fruit slices, bright red and fresh. "Eat this, you'll feel better once you get your energy back." Izuku took the bag eagerly and began to devour the fruit, managing a quick, "Thank you," before he swallowed yet another slice of apple. Recovery Girl shook her head, commenting, "Ah, the eagerness of youth. You'd best get to class," she advised as Izuku put his shirt and jacket back on. "Oh, and Midoriya," she said right as he was about to leave, "if you get injured like that from training again, I'll have to take legal action against your mentor. Training is much different from what leads to a fractured arm." Izuku quickly nodded, trying to ignore the way his heart began to beat frigid. "Understood, ma'am, thank you." With that, he bolted through the door, letting it swing quietly shut. Aizawa sat on one of the couches in the teacher's lounge, nursing a cup of tea along with his plethora of bruises. The fight yesterday had been hard, that much was certain, but the scruffy man's thoughts were elsewhere. More specifically, his thoughts were on a certain vigilante that had shown up near the beginning of the attack. He'd honestly felt a stab of defeat when he saw the black figure dropping from the stairs, fighting a crowd of villains to protect his students he could handle, but a vigilante on top of that? But then Kuriko had drop-kicked a villain that had somehow escaped his notice, and the outlook started to look up a bit. He was broken from his reverie when the door opened and the large form of All Might stepped in. "Hello, Aizawa," the hero greeted, poofing into his scrawnier form as he took a seat across from him. "Is the tea any good?" Aizawa simply nodded, placing the cup down in favor of leveling his gaze with the blonde before him. "What did you think of the USJ incident yesterday?" he inquired. All Might let out a sigh, wiping away the small trail of blood that dribbled from his mouth. "It was unexpected," he began. "If Principal Nedzu never received the call from Kuriko, we might not have made it in time." The implication of what that could have meant weighed heavy in the air. "What did you think of him, Aizawa?" "His fighting method is almost exactly like the first Kuriko, fast, brutally efficient, and never with his quirk," he commented, leaning back in his seat and letting out an annoyed sigh. "It seems like his claim of being the previous student holds some truth to it. I've never seen reflexes quite as fast as the old Black Fox's, and this new guy matched his reaction time almost exactly." "He seemed to be concerned for the students," All Might pointed out. "The students with 13 from the start said that he fought Kurogyri to defend them." Aizawa nodded. "We don't know why though," he said, frowning slightly. "We don't know any of his motives, and that makes him dangerous. What I don't get is the timing of his appearance. It's been 5 years since his mentor died. Why start making his presence known now?" Tashinori nodded. "That's something only he knows. We'll just have to ask him when he's caught." He pushed off of the couch with a grunt, standing up and transforming into his muscular form. "I must go, my next class is starting soon." Aizawa didn't reply, merely waving his goodbye as the massive man left the room, leaving him in solitude once again. He sighed, picking up his tea, which was now cold. "We'll just have to ask him when he's caught," All Might had said, but that's only if he gets caught, Aizawa found himself mentally adding. Vigilantes never make it easy." Izuku rushed to his class, silently marveling at the lack of pain from his healed arm as he opened the door to his classroom. He let the door close behind him as he stepped forward to look around, confused. Nobody was in the classroom, the empty seats giving an eerie quiet to the room. He startled as his phone went off in his pocket. Taking it out, he read the message. It was from Shinso. Received 12:45 p.m. We're at the gym, apparently we have PE class. Sent 12:47 p.m. Got it on my way. He pocketed the phone and exited the room, looking around for some sort of map to lead him to the gym. It took a bit of trial and error, but he did eventually find it. Standing in front of the double doors, he took a breath before opening them and stepping in. Turns out he needed that breath, because standing in front of his classmates stood All Might. The hero had been explaining something before perking up to the sound of the door closing. With a never-fading grin, he turned to Izuku. "Ah, you're here, come and join your class," he said, gesturing to the teenagers' classmates. Silently, Izuku walked to Shinso, who stood at the back of the crowd of admiring All Might fans. Chihiro stood next to him, waving enthusiastically. "What took you so long?" she asked, hazel eyes lit with curiosity. "Shinso told me you were at the nurse." "I was," he replied quietly, trying to tune into what All Might was saying. "And that's why I've decided that we'll play a game popular in the United States, dodgeball." "Oh no," Kuroda's told Izuku about so many things he saw in the West, but his eyes always gained a particular shine when he started talking about dodgeball. The way he described it, it was a game that revolved around two things: catching and throwing. Dodging was an option too, but Kuroda simply said that that was the path of a coward. Ironic, considering Kuroda spent an entire month teaching how to avoid hits. The entire time All Might was explaining the rules, Izuku was having flashbacks of his mentor animatedly explaining the game in his own terminology. He didn't even notice when All Might dismissed them to get changed until Shinso grabbed his arm and dragged him, Chihiro giggling as she went to join her group. The locker room was abuzz with chatter, boys boasting that they were the ones that would win as they undressed. Entering in his locker number, Izuku took out his gym clothes and began to change as well. He was about to put on his shirt when he noticed the silence in the room. He looked up to see all of the boys staring at him. Blinking, he asked, "What?" "Dude," one student said, "how are you so ripped?" A lot of the other students nodded, continuing to look at Izuku with a mix of fascination and envy. He looked down on himself, looking at his unclothed torso. The last year of training had certainly changed his physique, baby fat fading as lean muscle took its place, but was it really that impressive? He began, hurrying to put on his shirt as he explained. "My martial arts instructor's pretty strict." "Pretty strict?" Shinso asked, easing an eyebrow skeptically. "You look like you were forced to bench press a car." Any other embarrassing comments about Izuku were muffled as the boy darted out of the locker room and back into the gym. Chihiro stood with the group of fully changed students, talking with some of the other classmates that have never bothered to talk to either him or Shinso. She lit up when she spotted him, waving him over. Shinso came up behind him, nudging him forward. "Come on," he said, calmly walking to the girl they'd met only that day. "She's not gonna leave us alone anyways, may as well go along with it." All Might waited for everyone to gather, then began to speak. "I will now pick 2 team captains. Who would like to volunteer?" Immediately, almost every hand in the room shot up. Amongst the sea of raised hands, the hero picked a buff student, who swaggered confidently to the front, and Chihiro, who let out an excited noise before practically zipping next to the other captain. "Now, begin picking your teams." Chihiro was the first one to speak. "I want Midoriya to be on my team." The buff boy scoffed as Izuku made his way through the crowd. "Ace stick as your first choice?" he asked condescendingly. "This be all too easy." Oh, it was on. Getting the teams picked out was fairly easy, the arrogant captain picking the mutant-type quirk holders while Chihiro picked Shinso and seemingly weak classmates. One would look at the team and immediately comment on the uneven distribution. All Might didn't comment on it, only saying, "Perfect. Now, go to the end of your respective sides and wait for me to give the signal." Once everyone was in place, he added one last thing. "Also, usage of your quirk is allowed within reason. Begin." Izuku stood back, watching as his teammates scrambled to get the rubber ball stationed on the middle of the floor. The mutant-type quirk holders were slower, but it went without saying that some of them would be throwing faster. Izuku dodged one such ball with a sidestep, the sphere making an audible smack against the wall behind him. His teammates were taking All Might's words to heart. He could see one flinging the ball with a lizard-like tail and another leaping out of the way, going at least 10 feet into the air. Despite the usage of their quirks, the mutant-type team eventually wore down his team's numbers to only 2 people, Chihiro and him. A quick volley of ball knocks that number down to 1. Izuku now stood alone in front of a group of victorious teenagers, each one grinning as they grabbed a ball and wound up for a throw. "Come on, Midoriya," Chihiro called from the side. "Show them what for. You can't just let them win." He had looked away at that moment, and that was when the team threw. What happened next was pure instinctual reaction. He leaped into the air, curling his body into a ball as 7 dodgeballs whizzed past him, bouncing harmlessly around him. When he landed, he could see the dumbstruck expressions of the other team while his own cheered. All Might was watching the scene unfold with a grin. "That's the spirit, Midoriya." Izuku felt a familiar burn begin in his stomach, adrenaline pumping through him as he grabbed 2 rubber ball. He tossed one up, the other team watching it with their eyes as it began its descent. Izuku worked out which one was going to catch it and threw the remaining projectile, getting the boy out before he could catch the ball. Seeing something coming through his peripheral, Izuku dropped flat to the floor, the ball flying harmlessly past him. The cheers were beginning to become near deafening as Izuku quickly whittled the other team down to 1 player as well. The opposite team captain looked sad, but Izuku has seen actual villains near insanity. This was nothing. The boy had a malicious grin on his face as he wound up the throw. When he let it fly, Izuku anticlimactically teacher his hand out and caught it without fumbling, the smack of the ball against his hand echoing throughout the gym. The silence didn't last long, because not 2 moments later his team was rushing him with yells of victory. He managed to make his way past the crowd and to the boy he just got out. "Good game," he said, holding a hand out to the other student. The boy stared at the hand, then took it with a grin. "You're good, Midoriya," he complimented. "Name's Tsuyo Eiji. You've got to teach me some of those moves, man." All Might watched the interaction, a true smile on his face. Winning may be important to some, but camaraderie was the real prize, as cheesy as that sounded. The class was still chattering about the dodgeball match into the last class of the day, a lot of Izuku's classmates coming up to congratulate him and comment on his skill, much to his embarrassment and Shinsu's amusement. Chihiro moved from in front of the 2 to beside them after PE, talking animatedly about pretty much any subject that came to her mind. The teacher called for silence. Quiet down, I have some information for you all." That shut them all up real quick, the clamor vanishing as fast as it could. "Good. Now, as you all know, if you work hard enough, you have a possibility of being moved to the heroics department." He grew irritated when the chatter started up again. He smacked his hand against the table. "Quiet. Anyways, the sports festival is coming up in the next month. If you do well, then there's a large chance you'd be moved to the heroics department." This time, he let the students talk amongst themselves, adding, "You have a month to prepare, good luck." The sports festival, Izuku completely forgot about that. A large tournament where the up-and-coming heroic and general departments show off their abilities to prospective agencies. When he was smaller, that was like Christmas had come early, getting to see all of those amazing quirks of the up-and-coming heroes. But, ho, no way in hell was he gonna compete. He was doing just fine in the general department. "Thank you very much." "Oi, Midoriya," Shinso said, turning in his seat to face him. Izuku looked to his friend. I was wondering if you could, The insomniac seemed almost embarrassed, bringing up a hand to rub against the back of his neck. "I was wondering if you could help me train for the festival. I can't rely on my quirk all the time, you know." Chihiro joined in. "Yeah. You could teach me all of those moves you pulled in gym today." She started imitating him with exaggerated moves and sounds. "Me too." Another student piped up. "Me 3. Soon, a crowd had gathered around Izuku's desk, everyone asking for his help. Overwhelmed, Izuku held his hands up in a silent plea for quiet. Once the noise died down, he spoke. I can't help all of you individually. He heard a groan from several of his classmates before he continued, but I can design training plans. I wouldn't be helping you one-on-one, but it'd give you an outline of what you should do to train. How long would we have to wait? Chihiro asked, leaning forward expectantly with wide eyes. Izuku tapped his chin, humming thoughtfully. Well, he began, I'd have to have an understanding of your quirks and how they work, not to mention your current physical level of fitness. If I had those, I could design about 3 plans a day. I have everybody's number, Chihiro piped in helpfully. I can text you all their info if you give me yours. Without much thought, Izuku took out his phone and handed it to the girl. Knock yourself out. He honestly wouldn't have been surprised if she actually did so. The bell rang just as she handed it back, saying, Thanks, Midoriya. Then bolting out of the room with the rest of the slowly dispersing crowd. I hope you know what you're getting into. Shinso stated, waiting by the doorway for Izuku. Don't push yourself to help them, they didn't even acknowledge us until today. I know that, Izuku said, but isn't it better to help where you can? You're going to get taken advantage of one day. Hush, I'm doing yours first, don't be jealous. Izuku stated, walking with his friend to the entrance of the school. I'll hand you both a printed copy and a PDF in case you lose that, see you? He didn't see Shinso waving goodbye as he turned around and began his walk to Kuroda and his hideout. A deep unease was stirring in Izuku as he stared at the warehouse doors. Something was off. The air had an underlying tension to it. It was only after he opened the door that his instinct was proved correct as a knife flew through the air in his direction. Thinking quickly, Izuku grabbed a nearby wooden board and held it out, the blade digging into the wood with a thunk. Well, is this the reason you've decided to show your ugly mug in Japan again, Kuroda? A rasping voice inquired. Izuku looked to his attacker, a lean man with bandages wrapped around the upper half of his face. The man was leaning his chair back, Kuroda sitting stiffly across from him. His mentor's face was stony, but Izuku could see the underlying fury. No, this is my student. He explained curtly, I don't appreciate you endangering my pupil's life, Stain. Stain let out a gravelly laugh. With you teaching him? He probably moved without thinking. You were always about dodging blows instead of taking some. He turned to Izuku, am I right? This was a test, Izuku was sure of it. Stain's posture was expectant, he wanted to see his reaction. Kuroda has been an excellent teacher and I don't doubt what he's taught me, he said, trying to keep his body relaxed. But I think I'll have to agree with him about throwing sharp objects at me without warning. Kuroda sent Izuku an approving look as Stain let out a surprised laugh. Looks like you taught him more than how to fight, he's picked up your sass as well. You've outstayed your welcome, Stain. Izuku's mentor said, it's time for you to leave. He stood up from the table to try and loom over the man, but Stain wasn't very affected. Stain stood up. Fine, I know when I'm not welcome. He said, walking towards the exit. You really don't. I can say with confidence that when you were gone I didn't miss the attitude. Stain commented, pausing as he walked by Izuku. I'd be more careful, Kuriko. The League of Villains isn't something you should challenge half-butted. He was gone before Izuku could react, displaced air creating a slight breeze. The teenager stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to say. That was another vigilante, Kuroda explained, sitting back down in the chair with a sigh. The hero killer, Stain. Izuku's eyes widened in horror, his stomach threatening to commit mutiny. Hero killer? The man threw a knife at him the moment he stepped into the hideout. For some reason he couldn't find any reason to doubt Kuroda's knowledge. He nodded, raising a hand to cover his eyes. He's new, not as new as you, but he's been making himself known by killing small-time heroes. Have you noticed that the police haven't been hounding you lately? At Izuku's hesitant nod, Kuroda continued, that's because he's been picking up his pace. The news hasn't sent out any warnings to the public just yet, but the police are scrambling to catch him before he attacks one of the bigger heroes. Why was he here though? Izuku couldn't help but ask, taking the seat where Stain had been sitting. He was training to become a vigilante when I was Kuriko, Kuroda explained. I didn't know what he planned to do, so I gave him a few pointers to refine his technique. He stuck around after that. Ah. Enough about my somewhat overcomplicated past. Kuroda leaned forward. What's up, kid? Izuku startled, unexpecting of the sudden change of subject. Well, the sports festival is coming up in a month, and I kinda promised I'd make training schedules for all of my classmates. You're a mess, Izuku. Kuroda stated, his lips lifting into a crooked grin. He rolled his eyes. So you've told me, several times. You thinking about competing? Kuroda asked, getting up and grabbing 2 bottles of water, handing one to Izuku as he sat back down. No, the teen said, taking a sip from the bottle. Too much of a risk of being recognized. Not if you learn a new fighting style. Kuroda said. Izuku stared at his mentor. Are you saying what I think you're saying? He asked with wide eyes. Yep. Kuroda stated, popping the as he leaned back in his chair. This'd be an ideal learning experience. Test your skills against the up-and-coming heroes. But what about getting moved to the heroics department? Izuku questioned, his mind whirring at the possible pros and cons. I can't be both a vigilante and a hero. Not to mention I don't even want to be one. Then bring that up with the principal, Kuroda advised. I'm sure they'd keep you in the general department if you requested it. That actually wasn't a bad idea. That could work, thanks Kuroda. The man took a faux bow. I live to serve. Hamburgers, maybe. Izuku dodged the incoming water bottle by ducking his head. Get out of here, kid. Your mom wanted you home early. He nodded and got out of the chair. It was only as he was opening the door that he realized the implications of what Kuroda said. How do you know that? Your mom put her number into my phone when I wasn't looking. He stated, nah. Even looking in Izuku's direction. She's about to text you in. There's a vibration in Izuku's pocket, right now. You're a smartass. And you're about to be late. Get going. Izuku tried to hide his amused smile as he turned and left, Kuroda's laugh trailing after him.